we're gonna have to cancel it. Good evening and welcome to the July 14th, 2020 regular board meeting of the Roswell Independent School District. I now call this meeting to order. May I have a roll call, please? Ms. Whitcamp.
Ellen Getty.
Yes.
Hope Morales.
Yes.
Hilda Sanchez.
Yes.
Mona Kirk.
Yes.
James Edwards.
Yes.
Pledge of Allegiance. Stay over here against the wall. All right. Go. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Salute the flag of the state of New Mexico, which is a symbol of perfect friendship among united cultures.
I take my glasses off. Sorry.
Okay,
Be careful.
are there any modifications to the agenda?
Mr. President, members of the board, there are no modifications to the agenda tonight.
Do I have a motion to approve then?
So
So
moved. Second.
I have a motion made by Mr. Edwards, a second made by Ms. Kirk. We don't have to do a roll call vote anymore.
Yes, you do.
Oh, we do. Okay.
The attorney said due to the mask, and so we still have people online, we still have to do a roll call vote.
Okay, so we're still doing roll call. So roll call, please.
Ellen Getty.
Yes.
Hope Morales.
Yes.
Hilda Sanchez.
Yes.
Mona Kirk.
Yes.
James Edwards.
Yes.
All right, we will now have inquiries and general comments. We have, is this just when we have one speaker? So I will go through this and then we will call Pauline.
Yes, sir.
Please listen and speak with respect. No uncivil conduct will be permitted. Please do not discuss any specific student who is not your own. Please do not discuss confidential personnel matters, including those of a disciplinary nature, regarding any RISD employee. This should be discussed with the superintendent or the employee's supervisor. Please self-monitor and observe the 3-minute time limit. You may be given a 30-second warning when your time is almost up. If needed to accommodate a large number of speakers and maintain a reasonable meeting schedule, the time limit for all speakers may be shortened. No sharing of time is permitted. Public commentary and dialogue is only guaranteed during the public forum, not throughout the meeting. Please search for answers on common ground. You may speak on any topic. I know. Whether it is on the agenda or not. Your input will be taken into consideration. Please be advised that the board may discuss your issue during the meeting, but by law, the board cannot take action on items that are not on the agenda. For the safety of yourself and others, signs and placards are not permitted in the boardroom. However, you are invited to express your concerns during public forum or submit your concerns to the board in writing. Hey guys, while we're waiting for Pauline, somebody out there that is calling in is not
Hi,
on
Pauline,
mute,
it's
and we
fine.
hear everything you're doing.
All right, I'm going to put you on speaker.
So-
Are you ready, Pauline?
Whoever that is.
Okay. Mr. President, hold on a second, Pauline.
Oh, okay, tell me when,
There
tell
you
me
go.
when to start.
Mr. President, members of the board, I have Mrs. Pauline Ponce. She would like to address the board tonight. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Mr. President, members of the board, Mr. Gottlieb, as a former board member, we face tough decisions that you, members of the board, and Mr. Gottlieb are now faced with the most difficult decision faced by any board of the Roswell Independent School District in nearly 100 years. That is to start school on-site or virtually. When schools were first closed down in mid-March, we had single-digit cases of coronavirus in Chaves County. Now we had an uptick of 17 new cases on Monday. Who knows what tomorrow will bring? That further complicates your decision. Additionally, I have read and seen on TV how there have been Comparisons with Iceland, Denmark, or Europe regarding the opening of school. Well, we are not Iceland, we are not Denmark, and we are not Europe. We are Roswell, New Mexico, and there's no comparison. The mitigation strategies that they have done were far more stringent than what we were doing. And we're still fussing about wearing masks. So there isn't a comparison. I have known 4 of you for many, many years, and 2 of you recently. But I would venture to say that each one of you would be devastated if something were to happen to any one of the students or any one of the staff members of the Roswell Independent School District. And the old saying goes, it's damned if you do and damned if you don't. But in conclusion, I know that the overarching responsibility of all of you is the education of the students of the Roswell Independent School District. But the safety and welfare of all is also paramount. Parents are scared about sending their kids to school. I wish you the best of luck and God bless on your decision. And thank you for the opportunity to speak. Thank you.
Thank you, Pauline. Sure appreciate your call tonight.
Thank you, Pauline.
Good luck. I know it's tough.
Thank you, Pauline.
You've been there.
Oh, amen to that. Let's move on to the approval of minutes. Sorry, I moved too quick. Should have let you take
Yeah,
your
I
time.
gotta catch up a second here.
We'll take our time. We're not in a hurry.
And my glasses keep fogging up on me.
I know, that's what I said. Dadgummit, I have to take them off.
Mr. President, members of the board, I recommend approval of the minutes of the regular board meeting of June 9th, 2020.
Are there any modifications to the minutes of the regular board meeting of June 9th, 2020? If not, may I have a motion to approve?
So moved.
Motion made by Ms. Sanchez. May I have a second?
Second.
Second made by Mr. Edwards. Roll call, please.
Ellen Getty,
Yes.
Hope Morales,
Ms. Morales?
Hope you still there with us?
We might have lost her. I know she's had some problems.
Okay.
Hilda Sanchez,
Yes.
Mona Kirk,
Yes.
James Edwards,
Yes.
Hope Morales.
And I got a text, members of the board, and they say it's a little bit hard for them to hear. So when we speak, we're going to have to speak right into the mic.
Right into it.
I've got 2 of them, so there's no doubt they can hear me.
Move one away because it's
Yeah, because you're getting feedback. Turn that one off. There you go. Now we're good. All right. Consent agenda is now up.
Mr. President, members of the board, I recommend
still-
approval of the consent agenda to approve June bills, authorize July's bills, and approve June's bar.
All right. Is there any discussion? If there's no discussion, may I have a motion to approve?
So moved.
I have a motion made by Ms. Kirk. Do I have a second?
I second.
Second made by Ms. Sanchez. Roll call, please.
Ellen Getty,
Yes?
Hope Morales,
Yes.
Hilda Sanchez,
Yes.
Mona Kirk,
Yes.
James Edwards.
Yes.
All right, next we have the action items. The first action item is the STEM grant for Berendo Middle School.
Mr. President, members of the board, I recommend approval of the STEM grant for Berendo Middle School submitted by Kathleen Arias, and principal is Alicia Hillman.
Cool, is there any discussion?
Yeah, I'd like to, can I get a little bit of information on that? Because I had some
Absolutely.
people calling me on that.
Okay. It says here, received notification of application for STEM grant was approved. The grant will be used on supplies to establish a community garden at Berendo Middle School and additional robot supplies due to COVID. Ms. Hillman, are you online? I guess not. That's the information I have, Mr. Edwards. Is there any other that I can help you with?
No, I think you answered it to those people that were asking me the question.
Okay,
It was usually placed as a robot because of the COVID.
right.
Okay. Anything else? All right, do I have a motion to approve?
So moved.
I'll give Mr. Edwards the nudge on that one for a motion, and Ms. Kirk with a second. Roll call, please.
Ellen Getty,
Yes.
Hope Morales,
Yes.
Hilda Sanchez,
Yes.
Mona Kirk,
Yes.
James Edwards.
Yes.
Okay, next I have IDEA application version B.
Mr. President, members of the board, I recommend approval of the IDEAB application, version B. It's quite a lengthy
It is a
document.
very lengthy
The
document.
special ed documents are always very lengthy in applications. I do have both Ms. Cole and Shelley Bruns online for any questions that you may have.
Well, it's not letting me download it. I got it and I read it at home, but for some reason or other here, I'm not able to download it.
Does anybody have any questions? We can take time to look, but.
Is Shelley online?
Yes?
Yes,
This is the typical grant that we approve that's written every year by IDEA, right?
yes, ma'am, it's required by
Okay.
statute.
Okay. So everything should be exactly,
Fairly the same. Nothing's ever exactly the same.
comparably the same. Thank you, Mr. Gottlieb. Okay.
Any other questions? Okay, if not, may I have a motion to approve?
So moved.
Motion made by Ms. Kirk. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second made by Ms. Sanchez. Roll call, please.
Ellen Getty,
Yes.
Hope Morales,
Yes.
Hilda Sanchez,
Yes.
Mona Kirk,
Yes.
James Edwards.
Yes.
Okay, next we have the Title I federal grant.
No.
Wait, did I miss one?
Yeah.
Part C.
Part C.
Sorry, my page is Part C Education Migratory Children Grant. Sorry, guys, I skipped. Sorry.
Mr. President, members of the board, I recommend approval of the Title I Part C Education of Migratory Children's Grant. And we have Ms. Cole and Ms. Walker online also to answer questions.
This is Mrs. Sanchez. I have a quick question. How does the district monitor students' progress towards meeting graduation requirements?
Well, there has been.
Are you,
Go ahead, Jennifer, or Andrea. either
Okay.
one.
so if you're specifically referring to our migrant students?
Yes.
We have in the past worked with our homeless liaison, who tracks all of our students, our students identified as homeless and our migrant students, and she meets with the families. Now, that has transitioned a bit this past year, and so Miss Nieto Walker, I know she was having some trouble logging on. She sent me a text, so I'm hoping she'll chime in. Has shifted a little bit of those responsibilities, but we were tracking those students and meeting with them on a monthly basis. So Ms. Barraza kept a log of their grades. Every 2 weeks, she would check on that, and Mr. Gottlieb, you've seen some of those logs that she sent with our homeless students. So she monitors those, and when students were lagging in their achievement, their grades, their attendance, their discipline, any of those things, then she would schedule meetings with those families. But again, that has transitioned this year to oversight by Ms. Nieto Walker, and so I'll let her add to that if she wants to add or change anything that I've said.
No, and that's basically the same thing, and because there's so few, it's easy to monitor them. But once you make a phone call to the parent, they're pretty much on that. But I really haven't had any issues with the high school falling behind. We did have some issues with not having computers, but we got them laptops. So because of the program, we were able to do that. So we got them back on track. So we're good there.
What do we have, a total of what, 25?
No, we have gone down because we've exited some and we've lost some now. We're at 10.
Oh, okay. And do you provide alternative ways for secondary students to earn credits towards graduation?
Yes, well, we were paying for them to go to summer school.
Okay.
And then right now we have we have 2 students participating in a national kind of program that's being put out. And so anything that they need, we can help them with that. But yeah, we just paid for their summer school if they needed it.
Okay, and I noticed that you also provide tutors for these students. Who are the tutors that provide this service?
Yes, we have that we provide tutors. We just can't seem to find tutors that stay because we have the kids spread out all over the district. It's not like I have a clump of them at a school.
Okay.
I have literally one in every different schools. So the tutors get a little frustrated with the traveling, and if they just want to stick with the elementary, but they have to travel, and then they get a little frustrated with getting started and then having to leave. And so finding tutors has been a challenge.
May I add to that, Ms. Nieto Walker? So year before last, we had a couple of tutors who were retired teachers, and they did travel back and forth to the various schools to provide additional services for our migrant students. But those schools also had vacancies, and so they both hired those retired teachers back to actually become classroom teachers again. So Ms. Nieto Walker is right. It is difficult to find really great tutors to come in and work with the students because we have such a high need for substitutes and teachers in the classroom.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, any other questions? Okay, may I have a motion to approve?
So moved.
Motion made by Ms. Kirk. Do I have a second?
I second.
Second made by Ms. Sanchez. Roll call, please.
Ellen Getty,
Yes?
Hope Morales,
Yes.
Hilda Sanchez,
Yes.
Mona Kirk,
Yes.
James Edwards.
Yes.
Board, I made a terrible error, and I missed an item that's probably the most important item of the evening. And that's the graduation certificate, yeah, we're gonna certify the RISD graduates. That's very, very important, and
Yes.
I looked at it and went right over it, and I apologize so deeply for that. So we're gonna back up so that we can do that. We have a presentation, and we're gonna certify those graduates.
Yay, nice.
Yay! So sorry, Miss.
Mr. President, members of the board, audience, we're going to start in alphabetical order. We'll start with Goddard High School, Mr. Luck.
Thank you. Good evening, and thank you for this opportunity to acknowledge the Goddard High School senior class. We're going to keep this very formal, like as if we were at graduation itself.
Nice.
Board President Getty, members of the board, Superintendent Gottlieb, honored guest. It's my distinct privilege and great honor at this time to inform you that the 210 young men and women that I have listed before me right now have met all of the requirements for the graduation by the State of New Mexico and the Roswell Independent Schools Board of Education. It is my recommendation at this time that you bestow upon them the diploma of Goddard High School, and with it, all the dignity, respect, and responsibilities that this accomplishment represents. Members of the class of 2020, congratulations. Good luck with your future endeavors. Thank you for this opportunity.
Yay, graduates.
Yay!
And for those of you who don't know Mr. Veramontes, he's the new principal of University High School and
Yes.
Early College. He's here for Early College.
Yay, Ramon.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to present the early college high school class of 2020. If I may, want to congratulate you on the well-deserved success. The road ahead will have its shares of obstacles, but you are prepared to overcome anything that comes your way. The teachers and previous administration at early college high school are confident that you will be successful and are very proud of your accomplishment. I was not part of your journey at early college high school, but as a new principal, I am honored to present the graduating class of 2020. Congratulations, students and parents, for this outstanding achievement. Board President Alan Getty, members of the board, Superintendent Mike Gottlieb, honored guests, it is my distinct privilege and great honor at this time to inform you that the 28 young men and women from early college high school have met other requirements for graduation by the state of New Mexico and the Roswell Independent School Board of Education. It is my recommendation at this time that you bestow upon them the diploma of University High School, and with it all the dignity, respect, and responsibilities that this accomplishment represents. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ramon.
Yay, graduates.
Lamest graduation ever.
Huh?
Lamest graduation ever. And I'm sorry, people, I said that. I'm excited you graduated, but I'm sorry this is how it's
Thank
happening.
you. Oh, nice, you had commencement.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
Awesome. Thank you.
Thank you.
Barb.
Thank you, Pilar.
Ooh, it's so pretty.
Oh, my goodness. Awesome.
Yeah, thank you, Mr.
Good job.
Prescott.
President Getty, Superintendent Gottlieb, board members, distinct parents, and Roswell High community members that are joining us virtually. It is my privilege and honor to come to you today and present to you our class of 2020 in order to confirm our diplomas. First, what I would like to do is kind of wanted to start a new tradition this year. We tell our students there is no greater sacrifice than when you commit to serve your country. So at this time, I would like to recognize a few individuals that have taken it upon themselves to serve our great country. First of all, serving in the Navy, Michael Hurst. Serving in the Navy, Luis Alejandro Portillo. Serving in the Marines will be James Robert Leyva. Serving in the Army will be Caden Cox. Serving in the Army will be Keegan Sutton. Serving in the Army will be Christian Turner. Serving in the Army National Guard will be Damian Ayala. Army National Guard will be Benjamin de la Hoya. In the Army National Guard will be Derek Natividad. And in the Army National Guard, Caleb Wright. If individuals have signed on to serve in our military since we printed these, my apologies, but if you would, please get us those names, and we definitely want to recognize them.
Awesome. Thank you.
So one of the things that I did is we let our Roswell High seniors know that this was going to be presented virtually, and if they would join us. So when I do this, I want to pretend like all 265 of our seniors are with us. So when I ask them to stand, if you're listening at home, I hope you are, please stand. And parents, I hope you're with them and that you recognize them for their accomplishments. Graduation is not a single-year process. It's not even a 4-year process that solely happens at Roswell High School. It takes 18 or 19 years of love, guidance, and support by their parents. It also takes 13 years of elementary teachers and principals and janitors and cafeteria workers. It takes a few years of middle school teachers supporting our children. It also takes a few years of teacher support at the high school. So we share this accomplishment with all educators in this community, because it's not just about Roswell High, it's about those teachers at the elementary level, at the middle school level, so we share that with you. So with that being said, if you're at home listening Will the Roswell High School class of 2020 please stand? Board President Getty, members of the board, Superintendent Gottlieb, honored guests that are joining us virtually, it is my distinct privilege and great honor at this time to inform you that 265 young men and women presented to you on the list and program that I handed to you meet all the requirements for graduation by the State of New Mexico and the Roswell Independent School Board of Education. It is my recommendation at this time that you bestow on them the diploma of Roswell High School graduates, and with it, all the dignity, respect, and responsibilities that this accomplishment represents. I also would like to let the seniors and their parents know we do have the commencement programs. We are going to offer, when we divide it out, we bought 2,500. We thought about not doing it, but in preparation, we went ahead and purchased them. And I know to a parent that's a single parent or a parent that has a single child, it just doesn't seem fair that you weren't able to have this for your child. I hope that this can serve as a small memento from Roswell Independent School District, that you still have that program to put in your scrapbook for them for the rest of their life. So we're gonna offer 4 or 5, depending on how the numbers come out of those programs. Diplomas can be picked up starting tomorrow from 9 to 12 and from 1 to 3 at Roswell High School. That's all that I have. President Getty, Superintendent Gottlieb, thank you for your time, and thank you for your service.
Thank you.
Thank you. Awesome. Congratulations, graduates. Beautiful. One more. Welcome.
Good evening. Thank you for the opportunity to present University High School Class of 2020. Congratulations on your well-deserved success. The road ahead will have its shares of obstacles, but you are well prepared to overcome anything that comes your way. The teachers and previous administration at University High are confident that you will be successful and are very proud of your accomplishment. I was not part of your journey at University High, but as the new principal, I am honored to present the graduating class of 2020. Congratulations, students and parents, for this outstanding achievement. Board President Alan Getty, members of the board, Superintendent Mike Gottlieb, honored guests, it is my distinct privilege and great honor at this time to inform you that young men and women from University High have met all the requirements for graduation by the State of New Mexico and the Roswell Independent School Board of Education. It is my recommendation at this time that you bestow upon them the diploma of University High School, and with it all the dignity, respect, and responsibilities that this accomplishment represents. Thank you.
Thank you, Lamar.
Congratulations, University High School. Yay, nice. Thank
Before we
you.
go on, board members, Mr. President, audience, unfortunately, we will not be able to have our July graduation we had planned. The ordinance that we have, no large gatherings, the spread of the virus is nothing that this district wants to go against, those kinds of rules. So unfortunately, we are going to have to honor our graduates. We did the parade, which was well received, and we really appreciate everybody that helped with that. Policemen, fire department, sheriff department, parents, guests, everybody was so well behaved, and they really represented our district very well during that parade. We will have our virtual graduation with the salutatorian, valedictorian, principal speeches, Mr. Getty's speech, and I think Ms. Kurt also. We'll be presenting that, and we'll have that online. They can still see our parade online, so that's still available at the high school sites, so they can still see their parade. I am sorry, seniors, you didn't get your traditional graduation. It is in the deepest sadness of our hearts that you were not able to do this. We hope this bestows upon you tonight a little bit of honor and dignity that you've lost during this time of our COVID and your schooling of your last year. So seniors, we appreciate everything you did for us. We hope you represent Roswell, our community, and our teachers well. Thank you, Mr. President.
Tough.
Yes.
That's all I have to say about that.
Oh,
It is not easy,
no.
but we do appreciate you guys and congratulate you on this. All right, well, now we'll get back to where I was at before I realized that I made such a major faux pas.
Letter D.
Letter D, the Title I federal grant. Mr. Gottlieb.
Mr. President, members of the board, I recommend approval of the Title I federal grant.
Is there any discussion? All right, then do I have a motion to approve?
So moved. Excuse me.
Second,
I second.
Sanchez. Roll call, please.
Ellen Getty,
Yes.
Hope Morales,
Yes.
Hilda Sanchez,
Yes.
Mona Kirk,
Yes.
James Edwards.
Yes.
Next, we have Title II federal grant.
Mr. President, members of the board, I recommend approval of the Title II federal grant.
Is there any discussion?
Mr. President, I have a brief comment.
Yes?
I was excited to learn more about the district mentorship program and how the program has evolved since I was a teacher, so I wanted to acknowledge that. I would also like to ask that the district consider using Title II funds to support professional development that is led by some of our excellent teachers, which includes compensation, but specifically for training topics that our teachers indicate they are in need of. So to really support teacher choice based on what their need is, and to really empower some of our teachers to step into those roles to lead.
Okay.
Good comments, Ms. Morales. We thank you, appreciate that very much.
Okay. Do I have a motion to approve?
So moved.
Ms. Sanchez, do I have a second?
So moved.
Ms. Kirk? And roll call, please.
Ellen Getty,
Yes.
Hope Morales,
Yes.
Hilda Sanchez,
Yes.
Mona Kirk,
Yes.
James Edwards.
Yes.
All right, next we have Title III language instruction for language learners.
Mr. President, members of the board, I recommend approval of Title III language instruction for language learners.
Is there any discussion or comments? Questions?
I would like to have a discussion with the board on one topic, please.
Absolutely.
As we have moved to make our bilingual program stronger, more engaging, and providing more staff, I would like the board direction on the idea that we have lost quite a few of our bilingual teachers in past years. And it's, as you know, with staff, it's been extremely difficult for us to recruit. It's been one of those tough issues that we have been working on. I would like some direction from the board. I would like to give the bilingual increment by semester instead of by year. It would be an incentive for teachers to become into our bilingual program. They have to have extra education, and they have to do double the work. It is just a request for direction. I don't need an action item from you, but the last thing I will ever want is the board to be surprised by the superintendent giving somebody a double increment without board's knowledge. I would like for you all to think about that. As you know, we've been working hard with our teachers on trying to get more people into the program. We have done incentive programs. We spent over $200,000 last year on trying to get more teachers into our school district by having them go back to school, particularly for our very difficult classes. I have changed that somewhat, board. As you well know, we no longer pay for administrators. I think if you want to become administrator, it's not on the district's dime. It needs to be on your dime. But as we still work with our teachers and as we look at our budget, as we work through our budget this next school year, we're going to be monitoring that very close of what we're doing, where our needs are. If there's not a need, that we will not fund that one area. Those teachers that we've made a commitment to, we're going to still try and help them through that process. I don't want to go backward on that, but adding to that cost, that deficit, I think is a district concern. But I would just like to ask you down the road, before school start, that I get some direction from each of you individually, not collectively. That would be in violation of your thoughts on that. We have also, Ms. Walker's worked quite a bit with TESOL endorsements and getting more education for those that want more TESOL. TESOL is good for everyone. It's not just for those for second language acquisition. So just some thoughts for you as you move forward on your budget planning, your thoughts, and your direction. So, Mr. Getty, thank you for this time.
Mr. Gottlieb, what would you, oh, I'm sorry. What would you call that increment?
It would be still the same thing, Ms. Kirk. Instead of being by year, it's given by year, it would just be by semester.
Semester, oh. And how would that benefit?
What I'm trying to do is attract more teachers into that program so that we can continue to enhance our bilingual program, and teachers seeing they're compensated for actually doing quite a bit of extra work.
So twice a year instead of the one increment a year? Okay.
That's correct.
Okay. So it would be additional funds on
Yes, it would.
that
be.
times
That,
two?
as we
Got
work
it.
through our budget
Okay.
and those things, it's one of
Okay.
those things we have to look at.
Okay.
But
That makes
if we
sense.
expect to enhance and strengthen our bilingual programs in our schools, it takes time, it takes effort, it takes money. I'm sorry, it's the way it is.
Okay.
Ms. Sanchez?
You know, Mr. Gottlieb, looking at all the data that we received as far as the proficiency level of our ELL students, I think I was looking at 5 years, we had a 19.9% of students being proficient. So if the program or the service is not producing results, what is the process for modifying or replacing the program? In this case, a transitional one. Is that what you're working
For
on?
an example, Ms. Sanchez, as you well know, and board members, some of the first things I noticed and reported to you is we no longer had a scope and sequence, we no longer had pacing guides, we no longer have all those things in place to help our kids. It's not ever a child's issue if they move from school to school and the curriculum is different, it's not enhanced. It's a district problem. We should be monitoring and maintaining that process as we go through. When the district says, you guys can do whatever you want, and we do not have for our teachers a scope and sequence, a pacing guide, and such information, we've actually doomed our children, because as they move from school to school, you will have variations if you don't have it in place. So that's the first thing we're working on. The other thing, as you well know, is with board's help, we adopted a new, and I'm going to use my old language, phonics program. It's an early literacy enhancement program. So we're the first school district to go back and look at that. We used high quality, a very strong process was used for adoption. Its alignment was very strong. And the interesting part for you, board, is we had to send that off to the PED, and they were very interested in why we did it, how we're going to support it. But they were very happy with our process. So I hope it was something that the PED is going to look at, because as you well know, if we don't get it right in the very early grades, it's it can be done, extremely difficult when you reach middle school and high school. So it's critical in that preschool, kindergarten, first, second, and third grade that we have all those things in place. Again, with the board's help, we also adopted the new math series, which is very much aligned to the Common Core standards and the assessments we have in place. So what I am telling you now, the state is coming out with the scope and sequence, which I applaud the state for doing that. That now, as a state, we are now taking guidance and responsibility for our education as kids move from Roswell, Dexter, Hageman, Albuquerque, Grants, wherever, that we're fairly close in our process for our education and as we adopt that process. The biggest issue that's going to face the board as years move on is the lack of funds to adopt the highly qualified materials that you will need to ensure that our staff are giving the best quality education that they can. Our poor staff this last year, when I came aboard, they were using anything and everything they could find just to help them with their instruction, not knowing if it was aligned, whether one teacher was aligned to the other, one building was aligned to the other, whether it was high quality material. They were doing their very best with what they had. And so I'm hoping with those things in place, Ms. Sanchez, that is the initial steps that this district is taking to ensure a highly qualified and a better program for our kids. And you also will notice that we have also started adding more money to our bilingual curriculum and our TESOL program as teachers need more material. So with board's help, we've been able to do that. In fact, that was some of the CARES Act money we did for Nancy Lopez for the area of bilingual, because they were in dire need of some things, didn't have it. So to ensure that process, we already put that in place.
So if we have the pull-out program for the ELD classes that is being implemented, so they're not following a written curriculum with a scope and sequence for the ELD instruction?
Well, I'll let Ms. Nieto talk about that, Ms. Walker. So, Andrea, you on?
Yes, I'm sorry, I didn't hear the question.
I said if a pull-out ELD class is being implemented, is there a written curriculum with scope and sequence for the ELD instruction in our high schools?
In the high schools, no, we've just started getting some. We looked into some that went up to middle school, and now we've gotten some that Goddard, I believe, we had some books that with vocabulary and CDs. So this is the first time that we've been using them with the teacher that was there for the newcomers, if you will. And so that's where we're started there. And I believe we're going to start using ILET also with those newcomers. So that's where we're at with the high school.
Okay, thank you.
Uh-huh.
It was just brought to my attention that those that are viewing us online cannot hear us because we're muffled. So, Mr. Gottlieb, you're right. We really need to talk into our microphone.
Yes, it's very hard.
Absolutely. I don't even know if mine's on. I can't hear him. All right. Do we have any more discussion? And if not, do I have a motion to approve?
So moved.
Motion made by Mr. Edwards. Do I have a second?
Yes.
Second by Ms. Kirk. Roll call, please.
Ellen Getty,
Yes.
Hope Morales,
Yes.
Hilda Sanchez,
Yes.
Mona Kirk,
Yes.
James Edwards.
Yes.
All right, next we have the transportation plan and bus driver lists.
Mr. President, members of the board, I recommend approval of the 2020-2021 transportation plan and bus driver list.
Does anybody have any discussion or questions?
No, I have an item. I don't recall ever seeing the list before, so I'm pleased that we actually get to view the list of drivers. So I'm glad that was included. Thank you.
Now, members of the board, and I know Ms. Morales had a question, this is the requirement by state statute every year. Now, as you know, when I get to the superintendent's report about back-to-school plan, we'll have some new things that are coming into place. But this is what the state requires under statute right now.
Okay.
Ms. Morales, did you have a question?
So, Mr. Gottlieb, I think you pretty much answered it. My question was if we were going to see changes to the routes or schedules, and that may be the case. So that was my question. Thank you, sir.
Okay, so do we have a motion to approve?
So moved.
Motion made by Mr. Edwards. Do we have a second?
I second.
Second made by Ms. Sanchez. Roll call, please.
Ellen Getty,
Yes.
Hope Morales,
Yes.
Hilda Sanchez,
Yes.
Mona Kirk,
Yes.
James Edwards.
Yes.
Okay, some fun policies. Policy A0250.
Board President Getty, Superintendent Gottlieb, and members of the board, this is Maria Trujillo, Assistant Superintendent for Human Resources. As you know, the policy services, which is the advisory that is specific to the New Mexico School Board Association, which the Roswell School Board approved, is providing changes to policies, regulations, and procedures so that each district can meet the new deadline in federal regulations for having a policy and grievance procedure process in place based on the Office of Civil Rights for the Department of Education that announced the revision of their non-discrimination on the basis of sex in Education Part 106. So these new regulations are also known as the Title IX regulations, are scheduled to go into effect on August 14th, 2020. And so in order to comply with the regulations, we need to formally bring these before the board for adoption. So we're considering two things. First of all, is when does the district have a responsibility under Title IX to take action, and when does the district take action? What must they do if they are taking action? So I wanted to refer you to your school board book, starting on page 665.
Maria, will you say that again for our members of the audience?
Yes, sir. Starting on your board book, page 665.
Thank you.
That is the cover page of the Policy Services Advisory. And it outlines the policy advisories in two sections, if you'll bear with me. I know they're listed individually for official adoption, but let's take a look at how they're grouped. So if you look at policy advisory number 206, again, I'm referring to board book, page 665. We have three policies there for advisory number 206, and they are in order. So section H is 0250. Section I, which is 0261, and Section I, which is, Section J, which is 0281. So all three of these fall under the non-discrimination or equal opportunity employer section under policy advisory number 206. And so looking at those, the first one under H for your action item is policy 0250. A0250. And that's the first one that we're going to be looking at. Those are found in your board book starting on page 664. Again, these are new regulations that are coming forward. The good thing about the New Mexico School Board Association policies is that the Policy Services is offering this so that we can be in compliance. And again, this has to be done before August 14th. Okay, any questions?
Mr. Hill, I have a question.
Yes, ma'am.
Are there any, I scrolled through them, are there any major changes in any of the policies, and I can wait until we get it compared to what we have now?
There actually are. You're going to see in the next section, which is action items K through P, we actually have two sections that were completely done away with. So any new language is underlined, so you can scan through and see the changes. And then there were two sections that we'll be coming to later that were completely redone, where it wasn't enough to just change the language, they were completely reworded. But these sections, these first three that we're looking at, starting with 250, 261, and 281, have the changes in them. And again, you can see the language that was struck through and the new addition based on the underlined sections.
Okay, and this is the first reading, so we will have time to come back with questions, right?
Actually, let me just clarify that. Because this comes from the policy advisory, then these changes are already in effect. So if you go onto our district website, under the school board policy, these changes have already been added. All we need from you as a board is to go ahead and officially adopt that because those are already in effect and we want to be in compliance before that August 14th deadline.
Right, so I guess there are a lot of questions I have about this policy. Obviously, I don't know we went to the law conference or saw the law conference. And holy cow.
Lots of changes.
So, I think there's no way I can ask all the questions I have based on what was brought to us on Friday. But I think what I would, not today, because we have to get these policies through, and I understand that. But I think procedurally, from HR and from Mr. Gottlieb, I would love to know how we're going to process this through. One of the things the lawyers said on Friday was that this is an entirely new section that we're gonna have to deal with. So, obviously, you guys may not have that answer today, but, are we gonna create a new position? That was one of the things that was offered. Are we going to contract this out? Obviously, I don't think we can get all those answers today. You guys have probably talked about it and dealt with it. I think for me, I would like to know, maybe just in an email. I don't want to take 30 minutes today to hear the entire process, just how we're going to go through this procedurally.
I will let the board know, Mr. President, members of the board, we will not be hiring a new position, but what I am doing is I'm going to be doing some shuffling.
Okay.
Because from everything I have read, listened to the discussions, and talked to Mr. Hill about, there's going to need some additional help in HR. So I'm not adding anybody new, but I will be shuffling some positions around to aid with that process.
Okay.
One of the things, as you will know as a board member, and I know Mr. Edwards knows because of college, because this came about from the college, and then they decided to add elementary, secondary ed into this program. This has a huge overreaching government control within our school districts. And one of the things that I'm concerned about is the process that they're recommending of having an attorney every time do all the investigation to ensure that there is no favoritism to a school district or to a college or university or the Olympics, all those kinds of things. So there are many, many large implications that the board will need to know and how it's going to affect. But I want the board to be aware that I will be moving an FTE around just to handle those issues that are coming up. I know Mr. Heel, as we go through each one of these, will give you a few highlights as we go through. This is the initial process. Unfortunately, we have to do it just like the calendar. We're going to have to do it immediately.
Right.
Ms. Sanchez and Ms. Kirk did help and sit down, and we appreciate the two board members on that committee because that can be an arduous task from time to time and very thankless task too. Because you end up dealing with a lot of upset people on both sides of the boat. So with that being said, board members and Mr. Heel, as we go through each one of these,
Yes.
I would like you to give them the highlight or particular pages that they should be looking at or ideas that they need to have in that process, like the one I reported out on the attorney being the investigator, which all that rings off is dollars in my head. But the things like training that I'd like you to point out to the board and so forth, which you've already
Correct.
been working on. So with that being
So-
said, Mr. President, members of the board, on this very first one, I'm going to give you my recommendation, and then we'll go from there.
Okay.
Mr. President, members of the board, I recommend approval of policy A0250.
Yeah, okay, and is there any further discussion? We've kind of already had some. We're open for discussion.
Ms.
And this one, if I may add, it is just a statement of the non-discrimination and equal opportunity. Some of these measures have already been taken by the district, posting things on the website, and I'll point those out to you as we go along. But this one is pretty clear cut. It is actually on your page. I think I wrote it down somewhere for you. It should be the very first one is A20250, and I want to say it's just up front and back. Hopefully you guys are able to reference that one.
So we'll stay on 20250. Anything
Page
else?
664.
Mr. Trujillo, is there anything else on A0250 that you want to point out?
No, that one is, I think it's pretty clear cut, but I'll stand for any questions, and it's a front and back.
Okay.
Okay. Does anybody else have any questions? All right, if we don't have any further questions, do I have a motion to approve?
So moved.
Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second. Roll call, please.
Ellen Getty,
Yes.
Hope Morales,
Yes.
Hilda Sanchez,
Yes.
Mona Kirk,
Yes.
James Edwards.
Yes.
All right, next we have A0261.
Mr. President, members of the board, I recommend approval of policy A0261.
Okay. Now we're
This
up
one
for discussion.
specifically lists the compliance officer, if you guys will note at the beginning. It also outlines the grievance procedures, and then the timelines.
Thank you. That's just the first page, though. The rest of it's not.
All right. Okay. Anybody have any questions? Discussion?
Mireya, do the complaint forms pretty much stay the same as what we have here?
That one's going to be the next one, the
That's the
exhibit,
next
I'm
policy.
sorry.
and that'll be the next policy.
Got you, sorry. I went ahead.
There's so
That's
many.
okay.
Okay.
Okay, if we have no further discussion on this one, do I have a motion to approve A0261?
So move.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
So moved.
I have a second. Roll call, please.
Ellen Getty,
Yes.
Hope Morales,
Yes.
Hilda Sanchez,
Yes.
Mona Kirk,
Yes.
James Edwards.
Yes.
Okay, next we have policy A0281.
Mr. President, members of the board, I recommend approval of policy A0281.
And this is the complaint form,
Correct.
okay?
But if you will notice, it just copied strange. It's actually correct. Some of the lines, the formatting is off,
Yeah,
but it will be fine.
that's fine.
Yeah,
I could understand it.
okay.
On the actual website, it is aligned better. I think it was just the margins that were off a little bit.
Okay. All right, do I have a motion to approve this?
So moved.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second. Roll call, please.
Ellen Getty,
Yes.
Hope Morales,
Yes.
Hilda Sanchez,
Yes.
Mona Kirk,
Yes.
James Edwards.
Yes.
All right. Next, I have one question on my thing. This is A0300, right?
Right. Not-
Okay, all right.
Not 3,000.
All right, so, I recommend approval, sorry. Yeah, policy A0300. There you go.
Mr. President, members of the board, I recommend approval of policy A300. 0300.
No, it's A3000.
On the
Not-
policy
not
here,
the
it says
policy.
Okay, so I
A0300.
have it
Yeah.
right.
So I'd like to correct that for the board and let the minutes understand that this is Title A-0300 ACA sexual harassment.
That's correct on our
Okay, so
copy.
I just want to make sure for the minutes that we have the
Okay.
right
Thank
right
you.
one.
Definitely.
Okay, if I could draw your attention on this one, we are on page 715 of your board book. It's page 15 of the policy. And if you notice on the second paragraph, it says the district shall notify applicants for employment, students, parents, or legal guardians of elementary and secondary school students, employees in all unions or professional organizations holding collective bargaining or professional agreements with the district, persons entitled to notification of the name or title, office address, electronic mail address, and telephone number of the employee or employees designated as a Title IX coordinator. This paragraph has already been inserted into our website. I am the Title IX coordinator as designated by Mr. Gottlieb, and that has been published. And Ms. Jennifer Cole is our Title IX for the SAT. And so that part has already been published and added to our website as well. And I just wanted to draw your attention to that portion. Also on page 16, which is the backside of that, if you'll notice on the second paragraph from the top, it talks about publications. So we have to publish the policy on non-discrimination on the basis of sex. And again, it's located in that paragraph, the second paragraph on page 16. And in order to be in compliance. And this is the policy that says 0300 ACA again.
Okay,
So, Mr. President, I have a question.
yes.
Okay, so Mr. Hill, this seems like it's a big change from the previous policy where it used to be more focused on sexual harassment and now includes the non-discrimination on the basis of sex. So it seems like totally brand new and a lot more information. So is that correct for my understanding?
It is, and it also makes all of the employees of the Roswell schools mandatory reporters. Just like we're mandatory reporters for child abuse and neglect, it also makes us mandatory reporters for the non-discrimination and for sexual harassment. And so there will be trainings that come along with this, and part of the other policies will address that. So we'll have to train not only our employees, but also our students and our parents. We don't have details yet as to how all of that will roll out. We've been exploring that and checking into, for example, our Safe Schools Videos program, where we already assigned the mandatory videos for things such as child abuse and neglect, the nursing videos, things of that nature, to make sure that we are in compliance with this new, with the new regulations.
Okay. And so aside from the training and reporting within this policy, are there any other big changes from what was our previous practice?
You'll be able to see on the next one, on 0311, you guys keep getting ahead, you're looking ahead. But you'll see that.
Sorry,
That's okay, but the next one will actually have all the language that was struck through. So you'll be able to see you'll be able to put them side by side and compare.
Okay. And can you help explain to me one more time? I just want to have a better understanding because this stuff is a little bit newer to me. So
it's new
where
to all
is
of
it
us,
coming?
Ms. Morales.
Okay. So that's why I guess I'm getting a little confused it seems like it's something that we have to implement, yet the board is voting on it maybe for procedural purposes. So you tried to explain it earlier, but I don't think I grasped it. Where is it coming from exactly, and what say-so locally do we have, if we have any related to these policies?
So if you will look on your board book, page 665, right under policy advisory discussion, it begins the outline of that. So basically, this is coming from the Office of Civil Rights, from the Department of Education. This is coming from the federal level. And so the regulations moved over to Title IX, and so that has kind of changed the parameters and brought about these changes. So as far as what we need to have in compliance, to be in compliance rather, the policy services is making that recommendation. If you look at that second paragraph there on page 665 of your board book, it talks about how these new federal regulations are changing not only the definition of sexual harassment, but also how to respond when there is an allegation. It's changing the names of the different people, like the respondent, the complainant, instead of victim or perpetrator or whatever that might be. So the language is changing. And so we need to make sure that the school board policy is is reflecting the necessary changes. And again, these mandates have to be in effect by August the 14th. And so policy services, which is a service that provides the New Mexico School Board Association policies, which is what the school board adopted, have taken it under their wing, and they have made all these changes. They've already been posted on the website. So when you go to the board policy section, you will already see these changes implemented. Now it's a manner of you guys just adopting them to formalize a process. Policy Services has put those out. So instead of us having to sit here, and getting our committee together and drafting the language and going through the two readings, in this case, it has really helped to smooth that process and transition into that new language. And it's already been reviewed by their, legal staff. And by adopting this, then we will be in compliance. I hope that helps.
Okay. It helped a lot. Thank you, Mr. Hill. So is it likely that we're going to see most districts across the state with these exact policies?
From what I understand,
All 89 districts.
correct.
There are 70,
Okay, thank you all.
Yes.
There are 79 districts, or 79 that support the, this policy service, that are in compliance, that have contracted with Don Williams. So all 79 of us will have the exact same policy.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, we are, I forgot where we were, guys.
Do,
A0300, have we
No.
voted on that one yet?
no, you need to see if there's.
Okay,
any
so
more
do I have a motion to approve A0300?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. Roll call, please.
Ellen Getty,
Yes.
Hope Morales,
Yes.
Hilda Sanchez,
Yes.
Mona Kurt.
Yes.
James Edwards.
Yes.
Okay, next, we have policy A3000X.
No.
No.
It's-
311.
Oh, my goodness gracious.
well, it's-
A,
A0300?
X.
now
Sorry.
I'm looking at it right here. It says A0300X.
That's
Yes.
what mine says.
And it is the deletion of everything.
It's the deletion of the
Yes.
policy.
Okay, so
Because you
A,
have a new policy, now you have to delete the
Right.
old policy.
A0300X.
Yes.
Okay.
Correct. So this one is on page 721 of your board book. And basically, it has all of the language that is struck through so that you can see what is being removed from school board policy. And you've already adopted what is being added.
Right.
So
This is very
this
simple.
Morales, this was your question, is what's being taken out and what's being added. That should help clarify some of the information.
Thank you, sir.
And again, this one was so extensive that the entire policy was redone. Instead of you seeing language that was added or having language that is struck through, the entire policy was redone.
Mr. President, members of the board, I recommend approval of policy A300X.
X.
All right, do I have a motion to approve?
Do you have a motion?
We need a motion.
Oh, I'm sorry. So moved.
Okay, do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, roll call, please.
Ellen Getty,
Yes.
Hope Morales,
Yes.
Hilda Sanchez,
Yes.
Mona Kurt.
Yes.
James Edwards.
Yes.
All right. Next, we have A0311 policy.
Mr. President,
Okay.
member of the board, I recommend approval of policy A0311.
This one is located on page 725 of your board book, and it is tied to 0312, so I'll address both of them. So we need to adopt the regulations for ACA-RA, which is 0311, and RB 0312, as the grievance procedure and processes. And note that even though this is paraphrased to some extent, ACA-RA, which is 0311, is an outline of the procedures required by 106.45, which is a legal requirement.
Any questions or discussion? All right, then do I have a motion to approve?
So moved.
Okay, second?
Second.
Okay, roll call, please.
Ellen Getty,
Yes.
Hope Morales,
Yes.
Hilda Sanchez,
Yes.
Mona Kirk,
Yes.
James Edwards.
Yes.
All right, next, we have 03A0311X, which is
The
removal.
deletion, yeah.
Mr. President, members of the board, I recommend approval of policy, removal of policy A0311X.
Okay, do we have any discussion? All right. do
If
have
I
a
may
motion?
add, just for reference, it is on page 736 of your board book.
Thank you. Okay, any questions or discussion? May I have a motion to approve?
So moved.
Mr. Edwards, second?
Second.
Second, Sanchez. Roll call, please.
Ellen Getty,
Yes.
Hope Morales,
Yes.
Hilda Sanchez,
Yes.
Mona Kirk,
Yes.
James Edwards.
Yes.
Okay, next, we have policy A0312.
Mr. President, members of the board, I recommend approval of policy A0312, new regulations.
For your reference, this is located on page 739 of your board book. And again, going back to the grievance procedure and policies, we are required to publish and provide notice of the grievance procedures and processes for reporting sex discrimination, including sexual harassment. We are required to publish and provide information on how to report or file a grievance for sex discrimination. We are required to publish and provide information on how to report or file a formal complaint on sexual harassment and how the district will respond. And also, we are required to review carefully the new definition for sexual harassment, which is the key to enforcement of sex discrimination in programs and activities in educational institutions. Upon a report of alleged sex discrimination or sexual harassment that is relayed to the Title IX coordinator, then the coordinator has some responsibilities. First of all, to promptly contact the complainant, to discuss the availability of supportive measures as defined in 106.30, to consider the complainant's wishes with respect to supportive measures, to inform the complainant of the availability of supportive measures with or without the filing of a formal complaint, and to explain to the complainant the process for filing that formal complaint. And that's in a nutshell what the 312 encompasses.
There you go. Any other questions or discussion? Okay, if not, do I have a motion to approve?
So moved.
Motion made. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Second. Roll call, please.
Ellen Getty,
Yes?
Hope Morales,
Yes.
Hilda Sanchez,
Yes.
Mona Kirk,
Yes.
James Edwards.
Yes.
Okay, next we have policy A0331.
Mr. President, members of the board, I recommend approval of policy A0331.
This is also a form.
These are the forms.
These are the
Okay.
forms, yes.
Correct. So if you will reference your board book, page 746, this is policy 0331, and it is the grievance form. Again, as Ms. Kirk pointed out, the lines are a little bit off. I think it's just the margins again. When you look online, the actual form is aligned. But basically, with this form, this is a grievance form. It has to be processed by use of the procedures, again, as outlined in 106.45. And the federal regulations also indicate that a prompt and equitable solution to a grievance is to be provided, and the timeframes for the resolution of a reported sex discrimination or formal complaint are also provided in that ACARB. We are also required to start updating any of our handbooks, application forms, websites, and other handouts for students, employees, and parents, and the public with the policy on non-discrimination on the basis of sex. as described in that 6th paragraph of policy ACA. And we are required to give that notice. Okay?
All right. Any other discussion or questions?
Mrs. Trujillo, I have a question. I think we discussed it during the meeting of the policies. Did I understand that there's going to be a tab where the people can click and it'll change it to Spanish?
You know, we talked about how on the website, you can change the languages. There's a big array of languages. I have not seen whether that's available, though, for the school board policy, but that's a good question.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Do I have a motion to approve?
So moved.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay. Roll call, please.
Ellen Getty,
Yes.
Moat Morales,
Yes.
Hilda Sanchez,
Yes.
Mona Kurt,
Yes.
James Edwards.
Yes.
Okay, good job, guys. That was
Tough.
next we have
Mr.
COVID emergency revision of 2020-2021 school district calendar.
Mr. Gottlieb's favorite.
Mr. President, members of the board, with much interpretation, I recommend approval of the COVID emergency revision of 2021 school district calendar, and I stand for any and all questions, but I'd like to have a little bit of discussion before we come to questions. Board members, we've had, a most unusual year for everyone in the school district, particularly for our poor children. One of the things that has become very apparent that our early start may not be one of the best things for our students and staff. I've had several discussions. I know this impacts our community. Anything the public school does impacts our community. I fully understand that. Calendar is one of those things that impacts not just the school, it impacts businesses, it impacts the judicial system, it impacts the universities, and it impacts other schools and private schools within our community. With much thought, and it gives us time to study what the governor is going to do or not going to do, I would recommend to the board that we delay our start by 2 weeks. That gives the opportunity to see if our numbers start going down. It also gives the community some opportunity to see if they like what they're seeing from our school district. For example, we have posted our cleaning video. We have posted today our nurses video. We'll be posting a note from me to the community about re-entering school, what the opportunities are, what the challenges are going to be for us, for students, and for parents and caretakers of our students. So we spent quite a bit of time. I did have discussion with 2 board members, and I did have discussion with the union president on this issue. It is not something that's taken lightly because I know the impact that we have. Our first and foremost concern of all of us are the safety of our students and staff. We want them as safe as possible. Not all our supplies have come in. We don't have everything yet. We're getting there. We're pretty close. It's on order or the materials are being shipped. But they're not here yet. That is another reason to delay. I don't want to start school just to rush school unless we are absolutely prepared and we have everything in. As you know, things have been delayed and delayed and delayed and delayed. It is getting harder to find these supplies. So that was the reason for a 2-week delay of the school. The other part to this is a 10-day addition. The state legislature really are recommending 10 days. However, they gave us 3 options. The first one was add 10 days to your school calendar for student days. Not staff days, but student days. Of course, that looks like it increases staff, which it does. But they wanted more days for kids to make up. Not just a few, but all our kids to have the chance to catch up. As we know of the summer slide, well, you have the summer slide with the COVID slide, and the combination of those two make it a tremendous backward slide for all our students. So there's a 10-day addition to the calendar. There was an option for the K-5 plus for 15 days, but only elementary, and not all kids would be served. Well, I have a hard time not serving all our kids. I think all kids have we have the responsibility to service all our kids. So that choice was not taken. I also know that they took $40 million out of that grant. So I'm not sure that they're going to be able to afford all the school districts to have K-5 plus. And we still don't have our budget, and will not have our budget until I think August 1st. So we're still making a guess, and this is a guess. I will commit that to the board. The third and final option is we're not going to do anything. We're going to keep the calendar the same, and we're going to tell the state legislature and the PED and our governor, we're going to make everything just fine. I think that's not an option that we would want to take. We already know what our test scores are. We know some of the areas where we're falling back. You know what some of the things we've been planning. You've been very helpful by passing and watching our budget and seeing what we're trying to do to move our district forward. Particularly the more that we can endeavor in our early schools is critical to what we're doing. So with that being said, board members, that kind of gives you some justification. I am open to any and all questions, and I will implement whatever you deem fit for the school district.
Well, I'd first of all like to thank our two board members sitting on this committee. It is not easy. I've sat on so many calendar committees. That was the last thing I wanted to do, and I commend you for your great work. It's obviously very pared down from the first calendar. It's bare bones, bare bones. But thank you, board members. I think it's the best you can do. I really am impressed. Thank you.
So as I'm looking at this, and I looked at it earlier, a couple things that I just saw that were off from the middle and to the shaded spots. So you saw those, I'm sure.
We have actually less days first semester than we do second semester. There was no way of
To even that
excuse me,
out.
no way of changing that because we're starting later. So that 2 weeks automatically changes what you're doing. So your semesters are one's shorter, one's longer. I did have a conversation with one of the high school principals, been there for quite a while, and he said, Mike, we'll make it work.
Yeah.
He said, if we have to have finals afterwards, we'll have finals afterwards. That's always the biggest concern on the secondary is when are you having your finals? So we'll have to make that work for this year. As you noticed, I removed a lot of professional development days. We turned those into teaching days. We lost 2 days at Christmas and 2 days at Thanksgiving to make those teaching days. We also removed the turnaround day. And let's see.
More days at Christmas.
Yeah,
Fair
did you
day?
remove the fair day?
Yes.
And the fair day's been removed.
Okay, so that's what I was actually talking about, is that on the calendar, you have October 5th as a holiday in the shading,
Yes.
but it is not a holiday. And then you say winter break, and these are just
No,
clerical
we
things.
need to know those things.
So in the middle where it says, I'll sneak over to you, and I know we're breaking some kind of rule. So you can see it's shaded there.
Yeah, that's correct.
So we need to get that off.
Thank you. You wouldn't believe how many people looked at this.
And then,
I thought you had
down
added
here,
it.
right here, it says, winter break is December 23rd, but I think it's December 22nd.
22nd.
Second, yeah.
And that's it. And wouldn't it actually go through well, I guess through the first, yeah.
Through the first,
Yeah.
yes.
Yep.
From I like the idea of the 2 weeks late. Well, really, I don't like it, but I understand it's what we have to do, and I know it's been a lot. It's hard work, but that bothers me more than anything because I already feel like our kids I mean, I know it's only 2 weeks, but our kids are struggling.
Yes, sir.
And I know that we have to wait on the governor. I totally get that. But I mean, we're to a point now where that bothers me. That's all. And I mean, I know it's what we have to make a decision, and I'm okay with whatever decision we make. But just from a human standpoint, those 2 extra weeks bother me. I think our kids, you know, we've got parents that are worried, and this is such a polarizing issue. We've had this discussion. We've got people that are saying, send all of our kids to school, and we've got people that are saying, I'm not sending my kid to school. And I think it's really good, and I know we're going to be talking about the reopening plan, that we do have 3 different choices, really, two full different choices for people. I'm so excited about that. I'm so concerned for the 2 extra weeks for waiting, and then for just making it longer into the summer. Those are just my concern about the 2 weeks. I don't think we're going to make anybody happy, and I don't think we're definitely not going to make everybody happy. So we're going to have to deal with this. But just from a standpoint of caring about our kids and our families, the delaying 2 weeks worries me. But I know that it's okay.
Mr. President, if I may?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. Initially, I shared the exact same concerns that you had. So I did speak. Some of the teachers and some parents shared their thoughts on the idea of waiting those 2 weeks. And it's their feedback to me is that they would rather have the time to better prepare, since districts across the state are barely starting to really release their plans. They want to make sure that no matter what we're doing, they have time to really plan for that, because no matter what we do, it's going to be different. So they don't want to feel like they're rushed, and they really want to focus on the quality of instruction that they're going to be providing. It'll also give parents a little bit more time related to look at our options, look into it a little bit, make arrangements with their work. So while I definitely shared your concerns, especially early on in talking with people. I also know the president of the REA mentioned that she also spoke with members, and it sounded like it's something that they were supporting as well, is to wait and give that 2 week extra time for everybody to better prepare and plan, so that we can make sure people are safe, but also focus on the quality of what we're delivering.
I've heard that. I've heard the other side too. And that's all. I just think there's absolutely no way we're going to do this right. And I'm just saying that. I believe that everybody has the right heart. I think as a board, we have to be ready for that. And so for me, as I'm reading this and I'm going through this, I think as a board, if we make this vote, we've got to stand strong on this one. People that are upset have to understand that, and they're probably not watching this. Okay, people that are not watching this are going to hear about this for the first time, and it's going to adversely affect them. And for some people, we have to be, as a board, we have to stand strong and be unified in this is the direction we're going. And understanding that as much as some people want more time to prepare, some people don't have that time. And we have to be prepared for those people, and we have to have a response for them. I know that our district does, and I believe that we will. It's vitally important that when we do get those phone calls, we point them to Mr. Gottlieb and to the district so that they can be, because this is a very difficult decision. I know that it's a weird situation, right? But when we make a decision like this, although I can talk to a lot of people that are okay with it, I guarantee I could talk to just as many people that are going to be very upset about this. And that's teachers as well. And I absolutely know the REA is okay with this, and I know the unions are good. I just want us to be prepared. That's all. We have to understand that there are always two sides to every coin, and whatever decision we make here is going to have a very polarizing effect in our community. And we have to be ready for that. And I know Mr. Gottlieb is, and I just want us to be aware of it. That's all. Go ahead, Ms. Sanchez.
Mr. President, I think we need to recognize that additional considerations must be addressed to ensure the students, the families, and the staff are well supported in this coming transition. I think our goal for the Roswell Independent School District reopening school plan is to ensure that all staff, instructional, clinical, operational, and administrative, have the resources. Again, I'll say that, have the resources to feel safe and comfortable returning to the workplace. Through this goal, the health and the safety of our staff and students should be a high priority. Roswell Independent Schools District's top priority should be to reopen the schools safely. Reopening of schools is going to require a lot of work. Preparation, as all of us have been doing, flexibility, and we gotta have well-executed actions in order to open safely. If we cannot open safely, we should delay and go back to a strategy that still is gonna educate all our students. Providing education to all of our students is everybody's top priority. And public health of the entire community has to come first also. So safe reopening must start with a comprehensive strategy to contain the spread of the COVID-19 in our community, which is currently spiking. We must do all our part together to contain this virus. And I think we need to follow the science and the data, and we must listen closely to the recommendation of respected public health experts in the state and in our country. Our decision of whether to open should be based on all these factors. And like we keep saying, that COVID-19 is probably one of the greatest challenges ever faced by our nation and our community. And we must not be cavalier about the recommended precautions to contain and reduce this virus. I think as a community, we must all do our part so that our schools can open safely. And my recommendation is I'd like to see a delay in opening of the schools until after Labor Day.
Oh.
That's my recommendation.
Okay.
Mr. President, before we take a vote, I have a couple of questions for Mr. Gottlieb.
Go ahead.
I think it's easy for us to talk about some of the challenges and concerns that perhaps some of our families and teachers may have with us delaying school. So, Mr. Gottlieb, can you give us some examples on how starting school 2 weeks later might actually benefit our district, and just talk a little bit more about that and what it would look like for teachers and possibly for families?
Some of the issues, Ms. Morales and board members, Mr. President, that we can deal with is we know that then we will have everything, all our supplies in, and that we can have it in the classrooms. For example, we just spent out of CARES Act about $80,000 on more masks, but more particularly and more important is that every classroom will have these specialized wipes, 2.5 gallon bucket from a company that kills all viruses and bacteria. They're not here yet. So as we have students come into the classroom, as they change desk or whatever the situation happens to be, the teachers immediately have in their classroom the necessary chemicals, wipes, sprays, Husky, and those things that are available that are still not here yet. We've been given promise dates. Now, I have thermometers in my office, I have face shields, I'm starting to get masks. The dividers that we've put in for the nurses to have that are see-through, so that and this comes from Mr. Edwards. It was greatly appreciated when we toured down Lordy. He said, Mike, one day, and I said, what's that, Mr. Edwards? He said, you know, you need a divider between your nurses' cots so they can see something. He says, you need to get something that the nurses can see through and it's appropriate. And luckily, we have Katie McLean, and Katie found something that's great for us to do that. So we can use it in our isolation rooms. We can use it in our nurse's office. Those haven't arrived either. We also have an order, Ms. Morales, a mobile cart for nurses. For every nurse will have a mobile cart, a very nice one, again through CARE dollars, that they can move around the building as they go through when they're not dealing with kids that appear to have the COVID symptoms, but have the normal aches and pains and issues that we deal with every day, which are going to still happen. I mean, that's just normal. That's going to give us the time to get those supplies in. Will also help us make sure that we have everything covered from the PED. And you may say, well, that's maybe not what's important, but it is important. There's nothing worse than laying out a plan and then you have to go backwards and do it all over again. That is extremely difficult for parents and especially for our poor students. And you have to remember this. When you have preschoolers and kindergartners or first graders, they're the most fragile of all our kids. And if you don't start that instruction correctly and that process correctly, you start that process within, and then you have to shut down, or you don't start up correctly and you have to put this class out because your cleaning supplies weren't in, your face masks weren't in, the shields weren't in, you couldn't offer the services. Those are all the things I have to worry about as we're watching deliveries and monitoring all that stuff as it came available. As you know, we were not made, the CARES Act was not made available to us right away. Now, some school districts, I will tell you, did spend their CARE money because they knew how much it was going to be. Now they're stuck with 49% loss, which is for us $1.5 million. And that's just something else the board would have to say, Michael, what the heck are you going to do now? I waited to ensure that after the special session, we had everything in place and we knew what we were doing. Here's another example, Ms. Morales, of an issue we're having to face, and I know you're aware of it because I've had some discussion with you, is that for 3 months of offering bottled water to our kids, 2 bottles, is $230,000. Where's that going to come from? I mean, those are all the issues we're facing as a district and as a board that we need time to make sure we have everything in place. Storage is found, it's secure, that we have those things in place so I don't get embarrassed and I don't embarrass the people that hire me, the board members of RISD. So those are the things that we have to look forward to. And then hopefully as we go forward, our community, our parents can look at our plan and look at the options we're going to talk about, A, B, or C, and then they can make some wise choices from that point. So I know there's many more, Ms. Morales, I could go over, but I'd spend all night on the calendar, and you're more anxious about hearing going back to school. So I'll stand for some more questions.
So,
Thank you, sir. And I have,
Go ahead, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, it's my last question. I just want to make sure that I'm clear on this. I'm happy that for the 10 days you were able to pull from other days like parent-teacher conferences, professional development. But can you go over what the expectations will be related to parent-teacher conferences and teacher professional?
Ms. Morales, our very first day back, which will be in red, August 19th, our staff responsibility is to virtually make contact by phone, by Zoom, however they can make contact with parents and say, welcome back, we're looking forward to you, here's all our guidances, here's the documents, here's where you can get online, here's some things for you to look at. If you can't get online, here are some other things that we can do for you, and just check in. We haven't had that opportunity with our parents, if you really think about that, to check in, to let them know what everything's going on, what class they're in, what teacher they're in. You think about that. What are the special things that they may be needing that we don't know about? So we decided to make that very first day a teacher day, to call the parents, make contact, reach out to them, see what they need. So I did not have one in the springtime for parent conference because I want to wait and see how this COVID disease progresses.
Yeah.
And the nice thing for board members, a parent conference day counts as a teaching day too. That's under statute. You can have 2 of those a year. So we have that opportunity to count that as a day. I didn't want to put one in the spring and then have to cancel it. It's easier to come back to the board and say, hey, you have the board, you have this opportunity. Now, that you may say, Mike, that's taking the kids out of school. I don't want to do that right now. We got too much on our plate. But it's something we can say, yeah, maybe we need to have parent conferences in the springtime. So we can always add that back in, but we need to see what's going on, how the school year was framed out. It may be just another issue that you don't want to tangle with at this point in time. So that's why I don't have one in the springtime, Ms. Morales. The other part about professional development days, we're still going to be able to do professional development days on Wednesday. And what I've had some discussion with and have talked to our union members also about is the possibility our teachers come to school regular time on Wednesday. We work to 1 o'clock. They have their lunch break, anything else, work to 1. They go home at 1 o'clock. I'm sorry, my mask is falling down. They go to work at, go to home from 1 o'clock. They can check in with kids. They can check in to do whatever they need to do, prepare their lessons, take their work with them, whatever. But what's going to happen, that gives us the morning to have our PLCs, professional development. We're going to be talking about Mr. Hawley. Those are some of the things we're going to have to do. So that gives us an opportune time for professional development on Wednesday. And the reason 1 o'clock is I want to bring our custodians and janitors in a little bit later so that when everybody's out, and this will be an order from me. Come 1 o'clock, I do not want anybody in the building. No principal, no associate, no staff member, only custodial staff. So when they clean, it is clean.
Deep clean, yeah.
And they don't have to worry about it.
Nice. So
that kind of deals into back to school plan, Ms. Morales, but it's probably an appropriate time to bring that up on professional development.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
Mona had something.
Well, just a quick question. So have you been assured, Mr. Gottlieb, that the 19th, all of our supplies that you have ordered will be in by the 19th?
You know what, Ms. Kirk, you will never get a guarantee on anything right now. For example, the masks have been ordered since the governor signed the CARES Act. I mean, literally that quick. And they won't be here until August 3rd or 4th. And that's a supposed. Now, we already have the shields. We already have the thermometer. So that kind of stuff is coming in. So Spectrum, who's delivering some of the cleaning supplies, I will check back in with her next week to see the time of delivery, because what she did is she called the company and said, can you do this for Roswell Independent School District, because it's such a large order? And they said yes, and so they're gearing up right now.
So what is your biggest concern on the deficit of materials that may not be delivered by the 19th?
My biggest concern is either Husky or the Spectrum products. Because we already have some, okay? But I want enough to have the last year. I think that's important. So we already have enough to get started. We're in good shape on that part.
Okay.
But I want to make sure we have everything ready. I can account for it. I can actually touch it myself and say, yes, it's here.
Gotcha. Okay, thank you.
That's one of those critical. It is nice having Christmas by Krebs here in town because they've been very helpful on the child's mask, and we've gotten plenty of those. So
nice.
We'll have those at school, and they're a shield for the little kids to wear. They have to wear a mask when they're on the bus or in the building, but we have a shield for their classroom for kindergarten and preschool. So as they play, interact, they can see the face, they can react, see
the
what's
lips.
going on. The staff will have those shields too. So we're having that. So I'm giving everybody some choices here as we move forward. The cloth mats is what we're still waiting on, most of all.
Ms. Sanchez?
What I would like to ask Mr. Gottlieb is, how can we improve the communication in our community so that they can get a clear and a straightforward information, so we can ease the understanding about the options, the decisions, and the timelines for the fall.
That's why I have a communication committee.
And I
I'm sorry,
think-
that's not a comical thing, but that was one of my
Yeah.
concerns,
Yeah.
Ms. Sanchez, is
Our community, talking to my community, they're not getting this information, and I don't know what else we need to do.
well, we haven't released it yet because I need you
Yes.
guys to say, okay, Mike,
it all,
we're
yeah.
ready, or Mike, you have 24 hours before you submit your plan, you better get everything done.
Gotcha.
So this is the problem that we're facing, and that's why I've had 36 members on the original committee, and as you well know, we're close to 100 people now working on the district on all the educational
All of
plan,
that.
because so many people are involved, and right now, we got a hit and miss, because I know some of the stuff has been released, but I wanted to talk to you personally and look you eye in the eye, except Ms. Morales, so that you can look at me and say, what do you have, what don't you have, these kind of questions. But the communication we will have in Spanish and English. If you, Royce, could you flash up the district webpage right now?
Hey, Royce, also, I just got a text from somebody who said that they couldn't hear us at all. Like audio is off,
Oh, no.
so. Okay.
Well, and I did too earlier, that we really need to talk into the microphone. They said it was muffled really
Yeah, She
bad.
said she couldn't hear anything. So.
And
Oh, she said it's
Mr.
back.
Getty, I can hear you all online.
Can you hear this?
Yes, I can. Oh, yes, I can hear. So are we moving on to the reentry discussion
No,
from
we're
the
not there
calendar?
yet.
Not
Wait,
yet,
sorry.
we're still on the calendar,
Yeah.
but Ms. Sanchez had a good question, and I want to show her where we're going.
We might have to use radio, the Spanish stations, for our community. Because I'm hearing them, they're not getting information, but like you said, it hasn't been released.
Yeah, we haven't released, it hasn't been
So-
released yet.
After our board meeting.
I'm getting lots of calls, guys.
Are you?
Okay, this is up on our webpage as you see it right now. So we're starting the process, we're not there 100%. Click on the button. Royce? Press the button.
Press the button.
Okay. Okay, online resources for reentry, and you're gonna start seeing all the stuff starting to pop up. We're starting to populate everything. You don't notice we don't have any options yet. What we've started working on is Google Classroom, which is, I forgot which board member talked about, Ms. Morales, Canvas, Clever, Power School, Seesaw. So as you can see, we're starting to get in. Can you scroll up, Royce? It's not finger controlled. The Roswell Online Academy, okay, there's your first indication, board members, of things that are coming.
Yes.
STEM scopes, inspired literacy, column, English language learners, preschool resources by grade level schedules, handbooks. Okay, so we're starting to populate everything. Now, our challenge is to get it in Spanish and English at the same time, so that we can have everything available for all our parents, all our students. That's a critical aspect as we move forward. So this is our beginning steps, and we do have somebody that can translate for us, and it just takes a little bit longer to get everything done. My concern, of course, is when you put it in a different language from English,
It'll lose.
you'll lose your concepts or your, I promise you'll embarrass yourself. Let's just put it that way. Been there and done that before, and I don't want to do that again. So those are all the things we're starting to talk about as we move forward. Ms. Sanchez, is that communication part. I am planning on making a video. It seems like our Facebook gets to a lot of people. I have talked to Mr. Holmes about either having Ruben's voice dubbed in, or Ruben sit next with me and we'll do it in Spanish. I don't really care, it's just
As
whatever.
long as it gets out.
As long as it gets out. And that he helps us with that conversation piece, because we need to have a conversation with our community. The other part is getting out into the radio stations wherever we can and deliver that message. Ruben has offered already, more than willing to do whatever we need to do. His Spanish is impeccable, and so that's a good thing.
Okay.
All right, well,
Back to calendar.
back to calendar. So here we are. So is there any more discussion on the calendar?
I think Mr. Gottlieb I think he's hit on every point
Yep.
because if we start too soon, and you never know what's gonna happen from today to next week, things could change. Tomorrow, you know. I feel comfortable in the information that I've received. It's been well received. When Ms. Ponce got on and talked about it, you know, we have a difficult decision, and, you know, we can put off and put off and put off. But ultimately, it's gonna come down to, like Mr. Gottlieb said, you know, if we don't have all of the materials and we start school, I don't wanna use the language I wanna use, but I'm not gonna say it, but then we're gonna be out.
Yep.
We're gonna be out. You're gonna start, and then we're gonna have to stop, and it's gonna affect those kids. It's already affected those kids.
Absolutely.
And I know it's affected a lot of adults. You go in one day, and then the next day, they're telling you to go home. You know, and if it affects adults, I know it's gonna affect kids. I think he's done his homework.
Yeah, you guys
Everybody's
did
done their homework.
You guys did a great job, whoever was, that.
Whoever put all of that
was
information
good.
together. And we don't need to rush things.
And I feel very comfortable that everybody here
Right.
can answer the questions well. I feel like we have the information we need. I'm happy with that. I wish I could go back and cure COVID, but I can't, so here we are. So, any other discussion on this?
Mr. President, I'd like to make one more point, and I did just get a text asking for you all to please speak directly into the microphone. You're still very muffled
I
when
am
you all
right
speak.
in front of it.
And I just got,
I'm not sure maybe when the other board members, Mr. Getty, you're okay, but I think some of the other board members, it's a little harder to hear.
Thanks.
Well, can they hear me?
I can hear you now.
All right.
I just received
All right,
about
and my-
6 of them,
My
6
last-
texts, and they all said, yes, we can hear you just fine, and the audio has been on. So everybody I heard from gave me a thumbs up.
Thank you. My last comment about the calendar, I just want to point out, we have new curriculum. We're going to be using some new online platforms. So again, I think the delay is going to give an opportunity for teacher training related to curriculum, the online programs. We're also going to have to be setting up classrooms different to allow for that social distancing. So that'll give just a little bit more time to do all those things that sometimes we don't think about, because on top of the safety procedures, we also have changes within the district that we're going to be planning for.
Absolutely. One last thing, just because I did mention this to you when we were talking about this. Does this affect in any way, shape, or form teacher, administrator, paychecks?
No, actually,
Okay.
it helps us out.
Okay.
The question was, does this affect the payroll? And the answer is no, it actually is a little bit more help.
Okay.
And so I've had a question about that too. Thank you for bringing that up, Mr. Getty. The teachers have asked if they get paid for those 10 days.
The answer is yes.
Okay.
Now, now remember, I told you,
Yeah.
I did away with some professional development away. I
And
did
some of
away
them are
with lawyer.
embedded.
Some
Yeah.
were embedded.
Yeah.
6 days right now are new and additional, and yes, we have to pay them for it.
Okay.
Yes.
I mean,
Yeah.
if I ask you to come to work,
Yeah.
you have to be paid and pay to educate our kids. So
Right.
the answer is yes.
Okay.
I'll get into that in our next portion on that.
Okay. Thank you.
Good questions. All
Very
right,
good.
if everybody can hear me, I know everybody can, I'm just messing. Do I have a motion to approve the 2020-21 revised calendar?
So
So
moved.
moved.
Ms.
Second.
Kirk beat you. Oh, I
Okay.
was gonna give you
No,
the-
I'll take the second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Roll call, please.
Ellen Getty,
Yes.
Hope Morales,
Yes.
Hilda Sanchez,
No.
Mona Kirk,
Yes.
James Edwards.
Yes.
All right. We now have reports.
And Ms. Sanchez, I do understand your concern.
I do.
I do.
I
everybody
want to
here
make
does.
sure that we can ensure the families that those resources are going to be there so they can feel safe, comfortable sending their kids to
I
our
understand that.
schools.
And that's why I asked that
And
question.
And I honor that.
I do
All
too.
right, on the superintendent's report, we need to talk about going back to school, but I want to make a couple things real clear to the board. My opinion of whether all this is good or bad doesn't matter. What matters to the school district is we get the opportunity to bring our kids back all the time.
Yep.
It doesn't matter if I like masks, I don't like masks. It doesn't matter if I like shields or I like teachers cleaning off desks and helping. It doesn't matter. What matters is that we get off of yellow and go to green and have the opportunity to teach our kids 5 days a week.
That's right.
And so as we present to you, I have stressed this to all our staff, your opinion doesn't matter. What matters is we get to this point that we can have our kids back to school normally and everybody's as safe as possible with our process. So as we move forward tonight, just keep that in mind. I also want to thank everybody that served on all the committees. And the committees have been large. They've been very active. A lot of good questions, a lot of real heart, and some tears, literally tears from staff that are trying to do the right things for everybody, which is very difficult to do. So I would like this time to thank those members. I'd also like to thank the 3 board members personally who helped us out with some of this planning. It's very difficult as we move forward. So all the staff, all the parents, all the students, the union members, the board members, I want to thank you personally for this. Back to school. We have several committees, and I have been trying to keep you informed, board members, as much as I can. I know your email, some days you look at it and you say, I don't want to hear any more from Mike. I know what we're sending you is tremendous in range. So we have a principal committee, we have a communication committee, we have an educational committee, we have a cafeteria committee, we have maintenance and custodial committee. What am I missing, Ms. Sanchez? The nurse committee. There we go. Katie, I'm sorry if you're listening. So we've had those major committees break out. We had 2 general meetings of all the committee members. And then from that point on, they have been working independently, sending their stuff to me, and then I've gone through it with them saying, yes, let's move forward with this, or no, we don't. So I'm going to start off with the principal committee, and then I'm going to move to all the others. And so you can have questions. I have the people from those fields. I can give you the answers, but I would rather hear you from the people that are working on it. So on the principal committee, I headed up that one. And what our plan was, we needed a 3-pronged plan. The first one was preschool. What are we going to do with preschool? The second plan is what the principals had to do to start school. So I got to take my glasses off. I can't see. What the things the principal has to do to start school. And the third plan is, once school is started, what do you have to have in place? And then what do you have to follow up? Okay, we had a plan for preschool which is going to affect kindergarten too. I tried to move it up. Mr. Edwards gave me some thoughts, and I tried every which way I could. And I'm very blessed with the board that says, Mike, will you look at this? Or Mike, here's something to read. Or Mike, listen to what I'm saying to you. See if you can implement it. I understand if you can't, but if you can, that would be great. So he gave me something to look at, and so I went and looked at it. So first thing I looked at is, how can we bring back our preschool kindergartners, first, second, and third graders back 4 days out of the week? We've been made very clear that Wednesdays are cleaning day. Very clear. And so there's no argument in some of this stuff. It is very simple. This is what you're going to do. So what we were looking at was on the preschool, particularly Parkview, and then our individual ones at the public schools that we have out there, was how can we bring them 4 days a week back? So we were looking at using the associates to help us and the teachers. So we'd split that number of 20 back to 10. We would follow the governor's guidelines of 50% and 6-foot spacing. Gosh, I hope I sent this to you last week. Last week was a crazy week. But we have a new secretary, I believe she was, of preschool. And she announced at our meeting with Secretary Stewart, sorry, I can tell you can't hear, Secretary Stewart, that they're allowing our preschool kiddos to come back with 20 kids in the classroom. But we still have to wear masks, or we have to wear a shield.
That's fine.
We have to do all the cleaning. We have to do all that stuff. Why is that true? Why did that happen? That should be the first thing out of your mouth. When everybody else has to come back at 50% capacity. Well, what they found out by the studies, which I think Ms. Sanchez brought up, or Ms. Pauline brought up, I forgot which one brought that up, or both, is that the studies have looked at the reports. The transmission rates for the very early age is small. Now, there is
Very
some.
minimal, yeah.
I will tell you, there are some. For example, as of last week, from 0 to 9, there were 6 children in Roswell that had COVID or COVID symptoms. From 10 to 19, there were 9. So some of those increases of cases that you saw was some of that information. So it is. It's a virus. It's like all viruses. This one we have to worry about a little bit more because it has larger ramifications, particularly as you age or if you have health concerns. Those are those issues. So now we changed our plan. We don't have to have 2 separate classrooms. We go back to our classrooms. But now we're going to have to work, and Ms. Cole and Ms. Sally Green are looking at what are the things that we have to have in place to make sure that everything's wiped down, everything's clean, what hand washing techniques, by the way, that's on the web too, how to wash your hands, all those things that we have to have in place for the preschool kiddos. So that was the first plan for principals, and particularly Parkview, because that's all early literacy. Okay, and that's very important to me, early literacy. So, that's the first, when we started that off many, many years ago, that was kind of near and dear to my heart. So that was the first plan in that process of the educational process. Well, that was taken care of. Now, we will not be able to bring back all of 1st, 2nd, and 3rd graders, as Mr. Edwards had talked to me about that he saw in another district in Texas. Reason why? I don't have enough people, and I don't have the rooms. If I have to go to an A-B schedule, or 50% of our kids at 6-foot distance, we don't have the space. However, we can do it for kindergarten. It's very important for kindergarten. It is that facial recognition. It's your same teacher. It's every day. So if you've ever been in public school and teaching in kindergarten, 1st grade, it's extremely difficult if you're restarting every 5 days. So they'd go to school for 2 days and then be out for a whole long section. That's not going to work. So we're going to do, and I already had the principals make plans. That was part of their plan for the early literacy part, was they had to develop a plan using the spaces we have, libraries, cafeterias, testing rooms, whatever you have, split that in half. And if you have an associate, we'll work with the union on some issues on that. And if you don't, then we're going to have to hire a full-time sub until we get through this process. We can bring all our kids back. So we know in preschool and kindergarten, we're going to be bringing them back 4 days a week. All 4 days, all the kids.
Even kindergarten.
Even kindergarten, okay? So that was a critical. Now, I couldn't do 1st, 2nd, and 3rd that way. So that gives you the preschool part. Now, what was the second part of my plan for principals? What were all the things that they have to get ready for school to start? I'll give you an outline of it. I know you've already seen it because I've sent you many times. The signs have to be up, Spanish and English. We have ordered them all, but that means they have to put them up.
They're here already?
Some are being made and some are being manufactured right now. We did the PO, we got everything approved. The company sent their logo things to us, and I approved them all today, so that means they're working on them now. So they'll be here in time. So they have to have those things. The front door signs have to say, these doors are locked. To enter our building, you have to have a mask, you have to call this number. You cannot go down to the classrooms. It'd be directly interaction with the office. We have to keep people out of our building. That's a big concern. Only those people that should be there will be there in that building. All right, what else can do? What is the principal goal to ensure me and the board that they're ensuring that their custodian is make sure wiping down those high contact areas? And you might say, what are high contact areas in an elementary school? Faucets, handles, toilet handles, urinal handles, door handles, railings, if you have any railings. So those have to be wiped down pretty frequently, guys. That's not a choice. That's a requirement. So how are they going to ensure that? We will have a form by Friday where the principal will sign off, and it'll be part of my check. My staff and I will be going out to the buildings. I'll walk into the building. The first thing I'm going to say is, I want to see your daily log, and I want to see your sign off from your custodian. And then I will ask to talk to people to see if it was done. I think the only way I can ensure the board that these things are being done is if I go out to the building, I inspect it myself, and I talk to people. If I don't do that, then I'm not telling you what's really happening. So that's part of that. So I know you've seen the list, and it's a huge list.
16 pages?
Yeah, yes, 16 pages. So it's just that in itself of what the principals are going to have to do to ensure that all these things are going on. People are wearing masks, people are wearing face shield. What are you doing? Is your cleaning cart in front of your building? You may say, Mike, what does that matter? If somebody comes in that building on off hours and they go and use the copy machine, they have to wipe it down. Any handle they touch, they have to wipe down. Everything, because the custodian may have already cleaned and left. You've just contaminated something if you don't go back and wipe it down. So that's some of the training that's in all those documents. And then the third part of that, of the principal document that we're working on, is what is the daily routine that they have to follow? What are the issues that we'll be bringing up? And that's where we'll be in, and this one is going to be integrated, because this is where the head nurse, Katie McLean's plan comes in place. All the check process. For example, when staff come in, we don't have to take their temperature. They fill out a form. It's going to be active. That means it's going to be online. And they fill out the form. The nurse will check out it. And then comes from that point, then they say, okay, they have some of these symptoms. We go take a temperature. So we can take their temperature if need be. We don't take temperatures of kids or staff unless there's a need to do that. But Katie has given you, and I think I sent you out Katie's plans today, a revised one, very lengthy, all the things that are required, but also the process that the PED and the governor's office and CDC wants our help. What are they asking us to do? If there is someone that has COVID, who have they been in contact with? We have to be able to tell them by contact tracing. So if I had COVID and I was with you all tonight, I could tell CDC or the New Mexico Department of Health, these are the people I know, because they're going to have to say either 7 or 14 days home. Because we're going to have to monitor what you're doing. So that's all part of those plans. And that's why some of these plans are integrated. They can't stand by themselves because they're going to be interlocked as we go through. And it'll be the same thing when we get to the bus part, when we talk about buses and how the buses are going to be cleaned. What are they going to do? Mike, what supplies are you going to have on the buses for our kids? Those kinds of issues. So that's what's in the principal's plan. So I would ask that you look at those things, ask any questions directly from that, because I don't want to spend all night just on the principal plan. We got lots other things to discuss for our parents. So What I'd like to do next, and I'm going to ask the board just by show of thumbs, you want academic, do you want bus, do you want cafeteria, do you want safety?
For what?
What's next? Which topic would
Which
you like?
topic do you
Oh.
want next?
Safety's good.
Safety's good. Is Katie online tonight? Okay, Katie, if you are online, could you please give me a call on my cell? You did not see her on. All right, so we will have to get that out. As you know, we have a video from Katie on there and all the nurses' requirements. She just sent new documentation. We'll get that out. So
And
we'll-
it was a great video, too.
It's a very good
Yeah,
video.
Very well put together.
Very well. And Jerry does an outstanding job for us. He's so good at that.
Yeah.
So let's go to Jennifer. Wait, there's Katie right there. And I think I just dropped her.
Oops. Call it back.
Katie, are you there? Yes, I'm here. Excellent, Katie. Thank you for being online. Why don't you start with your nurse's plan and all that part that you have so our public can hear.
Okay, hello board. I worked on the safety plan with a small committee. I've also met with a lot of our school nurses to kind of look over it, have some more eyes on it, and get their opinions. We've looked at masks. We've also looked at, hold on, connection issue.
We lost you, Katie. Sometimes it just,
Hello?
she says she's having issues.
Okay.
Okay, so let me tell her we're going to go to Jennifer.
Okay. It's gonna send her on to the restroom, but.
Do we need to take a little break? Go to the restroom.
Would you all like a break?
I don't need one,
Okay.
but would you like one?
No, I'm fine.
Okay, Ms. Cole, are you on?
Yes, sir, I'm on.
Okay, yours is the most lengthy of all the processes, and it has lots of questions from our board, I know. So will you start with the AB scheduling and Part C? And Royce, if you'll bring up our webpage again, so Jennifer can point to a few things that will be populated. Floor's yours, Ms. Cole.
Yes, sir. So I will start with, before I talk about the AB scheduling, I'll talk about the learning management system. So we adopted Canvas as the learning management system for our district. We were actually working on that. We had decided our secondary principals began vetting learning management systems a while back, and so they had decided that they wanted to utilize Canvas. So the day after we completed our contract with Canvas, we found out that PED would be providing that very learning management system to all school districts. So I felt like we made a good choice. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, sorry, it's a little wonky over here on my end. So we purchased Canvas, and so I have several implementation teams that have been working on the various components for instruction. So one of those is a Canvas implementation team. Alongside that, we have an Apex implementation team. So I don't see the Apex icon there, but Apex is our credit recovery system. It's also a credit acquisition system for 6th through 12th grade. So students can earn credits by logging onto an Apex course, and we'll load those courses into PowerSchool. Or students can also obtain, or they can do credit recovery courses, which is how we've typically used Apex. Last year was our first year to use Apex, and so we've expanded that now to the credit acquisition. So students who are opting for a 100% online model will acquire their credits through Apex. There's also some tutoring components available to students in Apex remotely. So Apex actually works inside of Canvas. So Canvas again, is the learning management system. So teachers can load all of their content into Canvas. So students can access that whether they're in school or whether they're at home. They would access it through their cell phones, through Chromebooks or so forth, and so they would just always have access to the content. A lot of teachers like to use Google Classroom. We have some great champions in our district for Google Classroom, and we will be utilizing their strengths for some professional development. And so Google Classroom can also be loaded into Canvas for those teachers that really like that system. For our elementary schools, we have Seesaw. So Seesaw is right there with the bright green in the middle. So Seesaw is a learning management system also, and that will be for our K1 and 2 teachers. For those primary learners, it's functions more easily for the little people, and so Seesaw can also be loaded into Canvas. So, moving on to the hybrid model, or the A and B. So we will have students who will be scheduled in on Mondays, Tuesdays, or Thursdays, Fridays. And so we decided that the best system for determining which model a student would just be to do it alphabetically. And so Mireya and her communications team worked on looking at our high school students, and so somewhere around LUZ is that cutoff space for our schools. So A through LUZ would be scheduled in on Monday, Tuesday, and then the remainder of the alphabet would be Thursday, Friday. And so that would look a little bit different at each school. I talked to Dr. Ryan at Pecos this morning, and she knows that's not a 50-50 cut for her students. So she'll have to work with her parents and get those classes evened out. But essentially, students who will come to school for face-to-face instruction on Monday, Tuesday if they're A through LUZ, and then they'll have remote learning on Thursday, Friday, and then the opposite for the M through Z category.
Ms.
So-
Cole, will
Yes?
you talk to the board about backward scheduling from high school down so they have an understanding that we're trying to help with students being placed appropriately?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So one of our concerns was that families who have students at multiple grade levels might need those older children to support childcare for the younger children during remote learning. And so we wanted to start with our high school students and do that alphabetically. Plus, there's the added component of it's a lot more difficult to schedule high school students. In fact, just late this afternoon, I was talking to Mr. Luck and Mr. Carrasco on their schedules and how this will impact them in an A/B block scheduling model. And so we will have to continue that discussion actually, because they'll have to work on evening out their classes. But the best scenario for us to determine the middle school and the elementary schools was just to look at those high schools and go backwards from there. So does that make sense? Do you have questions?
Let me explain that a little bit more so our public understands. We are
Okay.
trying to deal with one of the questions from the public. Is, Mike, I can't find childcare, or I can't afford childcare, or as I had a mother that caught me and said, Mike, I'm going to have to quit my job. And I said, why? Please explain it to me. What can I do to help you? She said, Mike, I have a kiddo in high school, a kiddo in middle school, and a kiddo in elementary. I cannot have them, I can't find anyone to take care of my baby in first grade. So I'm going to have to quit my job and stay home. And I said, no, what we need to do is your high schooler, your middle schooler should be off at the same day that your elementary student is. That is critical for us to make it successful. We're going to have to tell parents, if your kiddos aren't scheduled on the same days for school and off school, we need to know so that we can make those adjustments where we can.
Thank
Uh,
you. Thank you.
And along with that, and I'm sorry I'm going to jump in a little bit, maybe ahead of you, Jennifer, but I think it's important we share it this time with the public, is that we are going to try our students with special needs according to their IEP 4 days a week. And I'm also going to try that with our English learners also. The last part of that is then would be our staff students, if we have room, to give them 4 days, because we need them at school too.
Of course we do.
We do.
Yeah.
And some of our staff are struggling with that very issue, is I can't be home and I can't teach. We're struggling just like the business people are struggling too with that issue. So that was the idea of, because it is very difficult to schedule high school students, that we need to schedule them first and then work backwards to our middle school and elementary. Then we have to look with our students with needs, EL, and then staff students. Sorry, Jennifer.
No, that's okay. So there's a couple of things then with that, with the AB model that impacts us, and I won't get into too many details, but we know that we have to work on our instructional model, because if students are only in school for 2 days a week, then how do we get through a year's worth of content and make it effective? Well, the answer is I have the team over here is working through priority standards aligned to our Common Core state standards through Achieve the Core. And so they've been working on developing a scope and sequence for math and ELA and science, and then there will be, and social studies, and then there's also going to be an embedded social emotional component. We have a social emotional learning implementation team headed up by one of our elementary counselors who will be working with the team over here to develop those instructional scopes. And so just really designing the instruction based on the hybrid model, ensuring that we're getting through the most important standards and content. And so that work is ongoing. And Mr. Gottlieb, of course, I share that with you as it happens. So I think I want to jump to the icons that are on the screen there, and just start with Power School and tell you where we are with each one of these. So Power School is where we, of course, schedule our students and track attendance. And so one of the barriers, or one of the things that we're looking at right now and trying to figure out how to do it effectively, is how to take attendance. So the guidance from PED says that we take attendance on the face-to-face instruction days, and that for students who are opting for the 100% virtual, then that would be a district-developed program for how we take attendance. So in Power School, we're trying to work on a way for how the teachers will take attendance for those kids that are in school based on the way Power School is designed. And so I visited with Lucy Morgan this afternoon, and we'll be scheduling a meeting with our high school people, and she's going to contact the people at Power School to get some tech support from them. Mr. Gottlieb, do you want to add anything to that?
Yes, we will, by September, I hope, Royce, this is correct, we will have from this point on where our parents can enroll their children online. So if they're new to our community, or they left our community and coming back, they won't have to show up at the school trying to find somebody to enroll them. They'll be able to do all the paperwork and everything online.
Nice.
And then we can call them in at their convenience to go over everything with them. It's a convenient service for our parents that they've been asking for. And it's both in English and Spanish.
Nice.
So we found out there are a lot of people that can do it. You can do it from a phone. You can do it from a computer. You can do it from a tablet. It's going to be that easy. September guidelines still on Power School registration? Still the Power School. Check grades, all those things, communications back and forth. Thank you, Jennifer.
You're welcome. So it's really important that we have an accurate way of taking attendance, because first of all, we need to make sure that we're connecting with our students, that they're receiving the instruction. But the other part is our reporting days for STARS. So our funding is dependent upon those students in attendance on our reporting day. So we absolutely have to establish the best way for documenting attendance. So then I'm going to go back to Seesaw and Canvas for just a moment. So we are going to start providing professional development support for our teachers starting later this week. We just had to finish acquiring the product and integrate it into our system. So we'll start with some opportunities for teachers just to learn about these products. We'll have some of our district experts. Ms. Morales, you talked about utilizing our district champions in areas. So we have some teachers at early college and university high school who've been utilizing Canvas. And so we're going to ask them to support us in providing some virtual opportunities for other teachers to ask questions and just to learn more about those products. And the same, of course, with Seesaw and Google Classroom. Then we have STEM Scopes. So STEM Scopes is our science adopted program for middle school. And so there are online components with STEM Scopes, and Mr. Bolaños is working on scheduling that professional development for our teachers. We have our WIDA standards. Of course, those will be embedded into our instructional scope work. Lots of resources in our WIDA standards. And then the next one is our online academy. So we're finalizing the system for enrolling students who are and families who are wanting 100% virtual. That's a very important component for us right now because Ms. Sanchez, as you said earlier, many of our families are concerned about what they're going to do, and we want to make sure that we have that option as an effective option for them.
So, Ms. Cole, real quick, let me stop for a second. Notice I knocked on wood. We should have enough Chromebooks for all our kids. There still will be on back order till March. But beg, borrow, and steal from all our different buildings, we should have enough, or very close to that number. Here's the difficult issue, and I had a long call today from one of our senators in Washington, D.C. Because I had reached out to his office, and so they called me today. Online courses, we'll be able to give the people, our students, the Chromebooks.
But
The
no
internet access is going to be the critical component. Apex, our secondary one, is a very strong program. They can even practice for their SAT. Now, if you think about that, you don't have to pay somebody for your SAT. So, like Medea that's on board for Eastern, Mr. Edwards who works for Eastern, that's an exciting thing that our kids can take that as they need it, and it changes so that it can help them with their process and their scores. Scholarships depend on those things. This is a very strong program, very long. As a district, we did not implement it correctly this last year. We've spent a lot of time and a lot of effort to make sure we have a better implementation process for our students and our parents, so that if they have a child online with, let's say, Algebra 1 or American Government or chemistry, they know they're getting a good, strong program through that process. Now, we have, through CARES Act, are making the outside of our buildings accessible if you have our Chromebook. Notice I said if you have our Chromebook. The problem with that, though, is you got to sit outside in the car that's maybe 100 degrees. Not conducive to learning. So that was my discussion to the senator's office today from Washington, D.C. I said, I had Royce go out and look for some bids. What would it cost the school board to provide every child and teacher from home, if we're at home, access via the internet? Price tag is about $5 to $6 million yearly. When he told me that, I about fell out of my chair. You know, I'm looking at one of the issues that Mr. Edwards has visited with me considerably is the equity issue and the ability for those to log on and look at the issue. Now, it is a problem. I will not deny that to the board or to the public. But at costs like that, as you already know, 90% of our budget, basically, and Chad, you can chime in if I'm wrong, 87 to 90% of our budget's already called for personnel. So those kind of costs, you just cannot just automatically, we can't print money. And so when we say online academy, we're going to do everything we possibly can so that people have that opportunity. Now, does that mean that we're going to have some parents that say, I can't do the online, but my kiddo has an extreme illness. I want to keep my kiddo home during this illness time. And then we'll send him back or her back when we know we're okay. Well, the answer is we still can do packets. And we can still register them with their teacher, and we'll still have to check in. And yes, we'll have to grade all this stuff. Everything's going to be for a grade. They have to earn it from this point on out, fully.
Good.
Fully. This is not a pass or fail. Kids are going to have to earn their grade. Notice I didn't say we didn't give a grade. It's an earned responsibility. It's a contract between the teacher and the student to earn that grade. And guess what, board members? I can't change that grade, and neither can you. The only person that's responsible for that is the student and the teacher. And the teacher doesn't give a grade. The student earns a grade. So we may still have packets. I mean, our teachers may teach Tuesday, Wednesday, and send home packets for Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. And that may be the best solution. Because we also had parents that said, don't call me at home anymore. My book is full. I'm trying to help educate. I'm trying to clean house. I got childcare. I have grandparents in the house. Quit bothering me. So we're going to try to give as many opportunities to our parents as we move forward. And you got to keep this in mind. You can't overwork your staff too, because their mental health is just as important as our students. So Jennifer, I'm sorry, but I had to stress those points.
No, sir, that's okay. And so you mentioned not fully utilizing APEX as a tool, and so we have several tools that are similar. So ILET is one of those. ILET is a tool that can support our English learners, both online and in the classroom. And so I know that Roswell High is looking at expanding their ILET usage. So ILET is really about support for reading, but also for vocabulary support too within the content. Then we have Khan Academy, which is also an option for students to receive some online tutoring. And one of the things that I'm really excited about is our partnership with Savas up in the top right corner. So we have a brand new math adoption that you all voted on a couple of months ago, or that you learned about. And so that Envision Math for our elementary students is fully, we're able to fully integrate that into Canvas. We also will be purchasing the MyView ELA for our K through 5 students. And again, that's through Savas, and it is fully integrated. It is able to be fully integrated through Canvas. And then Amplify Science. Again, I think it's just a win for us that we were able to get this learning management system, but also, as Mr. Gottlieb, as you mentioned, we will have the packets available for students who might not be able to access, so we'll have both options for students. Is there anything else you want me to cover from this board, Mr. Gottlieb?
No, but I think we should ask the board if they have any questions on this part before you move on, Jennifer.
Okay. I would like to mention one more, and that is Naviance. So we've been providing lots of training for our secondary administrators and counselors in Naviance. So Naviance is a tool that our 8th graders our 8th graders and high school students use to do their next step planning and their course planning as they prepare for graduation. Counselors can track students' progress parents and families can track their progress. And so we'll put some information out for our families on how to access that. It's also a tool that can be used for students to do career interest inventories. There's social emotional supports in Naviance, and so that icon isn't up here, but it's something else that we're really excited to expand our access. We haven't fully utilized that tool. So with that, I stand for questions.
Ms. Sanchez?
Yes, what is that schedules for instruction?
The schedule for instruction in a hybrid model, Ms. Sanchez?
No, it's our icon on the webpage.
On the board.
Oh, I see. Yes, so we have we've developed it's a template, and it's in a rough draft version right now, what the instruction will look like at the elementary school in a hybrid model. And so Abby just finished working on her arts schedule to go into that. And so that's where we'll be able to access the schedules.
Okay, thank you, Jennifer.
You're welcome.
Okay. Mr. President?
Yes.
I'm excited to say we've had approximately 200 viewers watching the school board meeting throughout the evening, so that's exciting that so many eyes are interested in listening to what's going on. I do want to just reiterate what I think I heard, and thank you to Mr. Gallup and his team for keeping us so informed, and I know there's going to be more communication going out publicly, but for the people who are watching, a Group A hybrid model would be attending school Monday and Tuesday, Group B Thursday and Friday. Group C has the option to conduct all their learning in a virtual setting, and for pre-K and kindergarten students, they will have the opportunity to attend school Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, and Friday. Did I get that correct?
Yes, ma'am, you did.
All right. Thank you all very much. And again, Ms. Cole and the committee and the teams, I know there are so many teachers and our nurses and leaders who have worked so hard on this. Mr. Gallup, one thing that people don't really see is all the background work on it, so I want to make sure to acknowledge that and let the public know that many of the email and communication questions have started early in the morning while most of us are still asleep, and it continues late into the evening, early night, and even on the weekend. So I want to thank you all for your work, and I'm excited for us to start sharing some of this stuff with the public because I know a lot of people who worked really hard on this. So thank you all.
Very cool.
Thank you, Ms. Morales.
Ms. Morales.
Jennifer, is there anything on the social and emotional that you want to talk to the board about, particularly with our last email with the PED requesting some information from us?
Yes, sir. So we do have a social emotional learning team, an implementation team that just launched a couple of weeks ago. I'm very, very excited about the work that they're doing. So Mr. Gosher, one of our elementary counselors, is helping lead that work. We also have a couple of school administrators who are on that team, and we have our community partners who are on that team. So we have some social workers, some teachers, some administrators, counselors. We have Wings for Life. We have Chaves County CASA. We have members of our juvenile probation office. We have members from the school-based health center. And so just a wide variety of people working on that social emotional learning implementation team. And so the idea was to develop some structures that can support students in this time of COVID-19, both remotely and during face-to-face instruction. How do we connect with students? How do we know when students and families have needs? What do those referral processes look like? Can we establish some virtual hangouts for students just to, hang out online virtually with some, adult support? And how can we continue those partnerships that have already been working in the schools? So like with Chaves County CASA, we have Girls Circle and Boys Leadership. With Wings for Life, we have Building Assets and Why Try. And so we want to continue those support systems for our students and really involve our community. And so we're using CASEL's SEL framework. So you can Google CASEL. And you can see that social emotional framework. So we just learned on one of our conversations with PED last week that PED is also adopting a statewide social emotional framework, and probably they will model it after Castle's model. So again, I think we're exactly on the right track with what we're doing to support our teachers and students. And then Mr. Gottlieb received an email from one of the deputy secretaries on a survey regarding behavioral health and social emotional supports. And so, Mr. Gottlieb, you may want to expand on that survey.
Okay. And on the survey, the PED was asking us, particularly as a contact point, what different questions were, how relevant was it, how can they aid us, what kind of supports we need, what do we have in place, those things. And it was very nice that they selected Roswell to say, hey, we know you're going to give us some correct answers, direct information. So we were very happy to do that. Yes, education is our main goal, but social emotional is just as important. For the board members, we still have all those counselor openings in place. I have not deleted those, will not delete those, because our kids are facing some very tough issues in the public as we speak. So we're going to not delete any of those and keep those in place and hopefully pick those up. There was a thought, Jennifer, that went through my mind and I dropped off. I can't remember.
Well, and I just want to just mention again the community partners, and I hope I didn't leave anybody off of that list, but we're just so fortunate to have a supportive community and people who are willing to step up and help us during this time, this challenging time.
So as you can see, we have lots of individuals involved throughout the community. It's not just central office trying to put this together. It is a moving target that we bring in as many people as we can. One of the things I meant to tell you on the principal thing, come July 27th, Dr. Hawley will be his first introduction to our school district. Outstanding man. I know you saw him at the board conference in Albuquerque. You guys had mentioned how thoroughly you enjoyed him. He is highly, highly sought after in this country. We were very fortunate to get him. We're very excited about getting him to Roswell. Of course, it's going to be virtual. All this stuff has to be virtual nowadays. So we started on trying to schedule him in first week in February. It took all this time to get him scheduled. And Ms. Cole and I talked to Dr. Hawley personally, and he said the only reason he did this is because we've been after him, trying to get him, made a commitment to him to make some real changes. But the other person that you need to know that really helped us out was Susan Sanchez. So Susan really helped get Dr. Hawley. She sold Roswell to Dr. Hawley, and I made a commitment for the rest of the year that I will be here and we will work on this change for the school district. So we will start this off July 27th with our administrators. I'm going to try to get our equity council on at the same time so they can listen to Dr. Hawley and everything that he has to say. So board members, that's your book, but we have a large variety of material for our staff. There'll be 5 videos that will go with that. And then he will talk to the elementary personally on a video, on a Zoom chat, and then the middle school and high school on another one. So they want to leave that off of our plan, but this kind of goes with the social, emotional learning and all these activities to be more productive with what we're doing and language that we're using.
Mr. Gottlieb, will you make that available to the board also?
No.
No. What? Okay, then, thank you.
Yes, ma'am, I will. I would send you the link. I surely hope you know that right now. I'm sorry, community, I just couldn't resist.
I can tell.
So, Ms. Cole, we will get out through the communication team and our principals what Ms. Morales had just stated, and then what are the opportunities for parents. The only thing that we may need to look at, board, and I have not made a commitment to this, is that if you make this choice, you need to do it for at least the 9 weeks. If you decide to go to AB schedule, then you need to do that. Stick with it for 9 weeks. Honor us with helping, because it's going to be hard for us to change back and forth. If you select the online academy and say, oh, this is not going to work,
I was just going to ask that.
I was going to say, give us 9 weeks. We may not have a choice on the online one. We may have to automatically take them back. I need to redo some research in the law on that. But I will get you a report on that issue. But that's one of those issues. We're going to struggle with that 50% rule, where we have 50% of the students in the classroom and the 6-foot rule. So that scheduling is going to be really difficult. So once you make that choice, we're going to say, can you make it for 9 weeks? We may not be able to live with that, but I'm going to promise you to do the research into that portion. And please, at any time, as many of you have had, send me emails, call me. If I don't know the answer, I'll get you the answer, because you answer directly to the community for us. So with that being said, Maria, I'd like to move to communication, and then we'll get whatever else the board needs on academics. So, Mr. Heel, are you ready?
Yes, I am. So as you noticed on the website, we have launched the branding of our roadmap to reentry. Special thanks to Jerry Holm for his assistance on that. He did a great job in marketing that. So anytime that you see that roadmap to reentry that's there on that homepage, that is going to be our branding of all items relating back to school. I'm sorry, did I have a question there?
No, we're trying to get them back
okay.
to the beginning. There you
I'm
go.
sorry?
This is our roadmap to reentry.
Thank you.
Okay.
And so we have a flyer that our committee has been working on. Our committee has had representation both from the board with Ms. Hilda Sanchez. We have Dolores Ingram representing the principals. We have Jerry Holm, of course, that I said was really instrumental in marking this out and laying the framework out for us as far as the visuals. We also have a parent, Nicole Shackelford, and our special ed director, Shelley Bruns. So we have a really good, I think, representation. Bottom line is we wanted to be able to roll out the communication piece as soon as possible so that people can start planning for not only childcare and when their children are going to school, but also for teachers to be able to make those plans on when they're providing their instruction. So the roadmap to reentry visual that's about to go out, we were just waiting, of course, to get that final approval on the calendar and also to finalize the Group C, the online academy piece. To that, it'll be ready to be rolled out hopefully within the next day or so, and we're going to get that out to all community advocacy groups. We'll put it on all of our social media accounts, on the website. We'll encourage these to be printed and placed at your places that you frequent, whether they be businesses or wherever people would like to share them. We really want to make sure that we get the word out so people can plan accordingly. We've had a couple of surveys that have also gone out. I did mention the importance of being able to plan for staff. So we have, as Mr. Gottlieb mentioned, part of our grouping on for the 4-day groups are going to be our special needs group, our English learners group, and our staff, the students of our staff. So we have sent out a survey to get those numbers as far as who has students that are kindergarten through 5th grade, what their preferences are. And then we'll also be polling our staff if they have either a preference or a condition that would make them a better candidate to be able to provide the instruction via the online academy. We want to be able to accommodate our staff as much as possible. Mr. Gottlieb also mentioned the importance of whenever a family makes a selection, whether it is for the on-campus instruction or the online academy, to be able to commit for an extended period of time. We're hoping that even beyond the 9 weeks that Mr. Gottlieb mentioned, that we're able to get a commitment for the semester, especially in light of the possibility of changes to the start date As you know, it'll be difficult to get that started. So with the calendar that was adopted today, we don't quite have half of the year in this first semester. So it would really be great if we could get a commitment at least for that semester. The other thing we want to accommodate our parents in is if they have students, we did a rough split based on our Power School numbers, and these will need to be adjusted slightly based on the schools, but based on the reports that we have from Power School, it looks like Group A, and this will be part of the flyer, Group A will encompass the learning for Monday and Tuesday on campus. It will include students with the last names that start ABB through LOZ. Again, keeping in mind that there may be slight adjustments based on the particular demographics at each of the staff at the school sites, Group B will be on-campus learning on Thursday and Friday with students with the last name starting LUC through ZUN, again with slight adjustments. For people that have students in multiple school levels, for example, if you have an elementary student and a student in secondary, be it middle school and or high school, we're going to do everything within our power to accommodate that. So we will provide links to the email addresses for our principals to make sure that we can take that into consideration, so that if you have a middle school or high schooler that provides that childcare for you or assistance with an elementary age student, that will make every accommodation possible to try to get those on the same schedule, whether they be A or B. And so again, those are considerations. Again, just trying to make sure that we support our families, whether they are staff members or whether they just have students that are enrolled in the different grade levels. We just want to assure our community that we are taking all those things under advisement and under consideration.
Mr. Hill, will you talk about the link that we're going to have that will have child provider services within the community, starting with Mr. Dale Journey?
Yes, sir. Thank you so much. So there is a website, and I've already shared that with Mr. Jerry Holmes. So that's going to be added now that we've mapped out that roadmap to reentry icon that we're branding everything with. We're going to put an active link there. There's a registry at the state level where any child care provider, be it daycare, home care for students, whether they are any of the different nurseries or academies around town, anyone that is registered with the state, that is state approved, is on there. And so we'll provide a direct link so that parents that are in need of childcare, whether their students are attending 2 days a week or 4 days a week, depending on the age group or their category, that they'll be able to seek out state accredited and state approved agencies or childcare providers to help with that childcare for when their students are not in school.
So board members, we're going to stick with those approved agencies. We don't want to list people that are not approved by the state and then get the board in trouble. We want to stay away from that. We want to only list the agencies that have been approved by the State Department, so that we don't have to deal with all the other issues that may arise if it's not an approved site. That's just a safety precaution I think we should save as a board that we have in place. Mr. Hill, anything on the communication on the radio stations or newsletters that your group has discussed with about principals back to school and their handbooks?
Yes, so we made sure that the flyer that we are going to put out, again, hopefully in the next day or two, we are encouraging everyone to be able to add that to flyers, to handbooks, to any correspondence going out, any online web resources, social media. It's just a one-pager, so it's a quick addition. Anyone that would like to add that to their bulletins with their different organizations that they are a part of, we encourage that. And again, just in the effort of getting the word out. One word of caution would be that this is subject to change, and I know you hear that constantly. But knowing that the best laid out plans, our best guess that we can make at this point is subject to change based on the changing situation with the pandemic. But we're trying to cover all possibilities so that we can respond in a timely manner if any changes come up.
Okay. Any questions?
That's the disclaimer.
Any questions for Mr. Heel?
No, thank you so
Okay.
much.
Thank you.
Excellent.
I'm going to try Katie again. She said she's ready. Thank you, Mr. Heel. Katie, are you on?
Hello?
All right, very good.
Hello?
Yes, Katie, are you there?
Oh, yes, you can hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Oh, wonderful. Sorry it took me a while to figure this out.
No
So
problem.
I'm sure that you have shared the safety plan with the school board that I sent out today that I've kind of revised. You've touched on some of this. We are looking at doing an employee virtual screening through Google Docs. They can access it through the computer or phone from home. It should be done prior to entering the building. Any answers they put to those questions will prompt a response telling them if they're cleared to enter the building or not, and kind of some more specifics like please check in with a nurse or the front office prior to starting the day. Right now, it's just recommended to screen students' temperatures, but it's not mandatory. So with knowing that the data shows that students or children don't necessarily show fever with COVID-19, and looking at the availability of thermometers and staff and the time it would take to complete that, right now we're looking at screening only students that we have concerns about, or really just the students we have concerns about. That's our plan right now. I also have laid out specific guidelines for our nurses. We are looking at we will have an isolation area or room and then a well child room so that we are trying to not cross-contaminate. We're trying to handle the students who come in for scheduled procedures and medications on a schedule-only basis so that we shouldn't be having kids just coming to us. That way we can make sure we're staying 6 feet apart and following all of those guidelines. And then we also will have the mobile cards. That way if we have students in the office that are waiting to be picked up or whatever who are being watched by unlicensed staff or secretary staff, principals or whatever, that nurse is still able to go provide care in the classroom if needed or, on a playground, wherever. I'm trying to see what else I have in this document. Are there any questions on those things so far?
So, yes, I got a question.
You got one?
So staff will just do a questionnaire online and answer the few questions that to be able to go back to work or go into work. It'll be a simple questionnaire online that they'll answer those questions. So we're not going to take temperatures then, right, on staff members?
And so did you ask if we would have to take the temperatures of the staff?
Yes, are we going to take temperatures of staff when they go into the school?
Yes, so we are not doing that. In the staff survey, we are asking them to indicate what their temperature is, but there is a selection if they do not have a thermometer at home. They click that and it will prompt them to go to the nurse first thing or to the front office. So we're minimizing the amount of staff that we're having coming in to check in the beginning of the day so that we have more time to get into the classroom and be teaching.
Okay, so it's an honor system.
Yes, you're right, Mr. Edwards. It's an honor system.
Oh, okay.
Katie, what else would you like to bring
so
up?
I'm sorry?
Continue.
The nurses will be able to, or the building administrators will be able to print like an Excel spreadsheet or even just view a spreadsheet of all the answers. That way they can verify, make sure that any employees that indicate they had a fever or that they weren't feeling well, make sure they were actually absent. And also that way we can, we can make interventions based off of those answers as early as possible within the school day.
Now, Mr. Edwards, and this goes for several forms that we will have. We do not know how long we have to keep these forms. So I've already have that out to Palms and Associates. I had an online on Friday with them, and I said, one of the things that we've not been able to get a straight answer from anybody is, how long do we have to keep these forms? Here, this is how particular it gets, though. When I have the principal sign off the form that they checked that janitor's log, the custodian's log, we have to keep that. How long do we have to keep that? I don't know, because anything can be called for record. So, but we have to keep a log. It's the same thing with the teacher thing. It's an honor system, but let's say they come down with COVID, and we looked at the paperwork and it said, you didn't report this. So it's not something that gets tossed. This is going to be a permanent storage, but we haven't found out, is it 1 year? Is it 5 years? This is too new for us in that sense. Katie, you want to talk about your isolation room real quick?
Yes, we've looked site to site to see what would work best. We are trying, from every school that I've heard from, is a completely separate room, which is more ideal, of course. We would, in that room, what we're trying to do is as soon as a student presents to the health area or the office area, we're checking their temperature to see if they have a fever and asking a quick screening on their symptoms. And then based off those results, the nurse will will see whether they need to be isolated in the isolation room while still being monitored, or go to the well area if it's like a minor injury, things like that. As you know, COVID symptoms are they're varying. Stomach symptoms, nasal symptoms, headache, fatigue, they're very general, and sometimes they present with really very either minor symptoms or no symptoms at all. So that's been a very tough situation for us to kind of work around, because of that, we will have to be very strict with sending home kids, even with what may seem like mild symptoms. We have to be very careful. So we will have to send home students and get some really specific clearance from physicians and things like that. But our well area will be reserved for students with, or diabetic students with medications and procedures, students who otherwise are well, so that we don't risk the students. A lot of those students coming in for those procedures are statistically more likely to become ill or have more severe symptoms and more severe illness. So we want to protect those students. So we're trying to have two separate areas so that we provide proper care for both and try and prevent the spread as much as possible.
Katie, this is Alan. I have a question. I was going to ask you about this. You kind of hinged on it just a little bit, but obviously because of this situation, if we get a kid with a headache, you're going to have to send them home. What has the state given us any idea on what that means if they get sent home? Like, they had a headache, they didn't have a fever. How many days do they have to miss school? What's the process after that? Do we have any guidance on that?
What's the protocols?
Right now, there's not any specific guidance from the state. I've taken in the safety document information from the CDC, and we are going to have to err on the side of caution with our students. I have laid out in here where CDC states that if they have a fever, they're supposed to be home at least 3 days, fever-free, without fever-reducing medication. Unless they have a provider note saying that it's related to some other, non-COVID virus or non-COVID illness, that would be different. But it is very tricky, and I know in this document there's a lot of, if they have symptoms and are positive, if symptoms are negative, it is very tricky, and it's hard to simplify to make it easy for a lot of the general public to understand, because honestly it's even difficult for trained medical staff to kind of wade through, but it's something we're going to have to kind of work case by case, and that I'm hoping we will have more guidance from Department of Health in the state when it's, when the school year is approaching. It's coming quick, but I am hoping that we will hear a little bit more specific information guidance.
Thank you. I kind of figured that you were kind of doing this with your team and getting no guidance from the state, so that's what I wanted to hear that, so that I knew that was what I thought I saw, which you did a great job, by the way.
Yeah.
I read all of your
Thank
stuff,
you.
and it's really good. You did really well.
So I have a question. Katie, how often will the staff, the teachers, be required to answer or complete the form? Will that need to be done
The-
daily?
The screening is a daily health screening. It should be completed daily before they enter the building. That's what's mandatory right now from the state.
Okay, thank you.
I've got one.
And honestly, I kind of prefer, I think that it's a good idea having them complete at home because when they're already in the building, I mean, they've already entered the school site. So it kind of, if they have the fever and they've already entered the building, it can create some problems. So
Right.
this is a little bit of a, it helps in that area so that they're completing at home and it can guide them at home. Even if they're negative but have symptoms, it prompts them to stay home and call in.
So daily meaning before they come to school?
Yes.
Okay.
Mr. Edwards has a question.
Okay, so what's going to be the policy for our staff? Because it's fine and dandy, we're talking about all the kids and stuff, which that's our priority, but what about our staff, which are at a greater risk? What's the procedure for the staff? Are we prepared for if we do have a staff member? What is the process for a staff member that has a headache, has a cold, he's done the screening, then all of a sudden he gets a headache, he or she gets a headache or gets sick at the school, and they have a fever, they come down with a fever because a fever can hit you real quick. What are our steps for our staff to protect our staff? Because we have to, without staff, we don't have, there's, what are we going to do to protect the staff?
Katie, you want to go ahead and go through that process, our staff approach?
Yes, we are going to have to still be strict with staff. I mean, it won't be useful if we are strict with students and not with staff. We don't want staff to feel like they should be working ill. That defeats the whole purpose of everything we're trying to do, and I mean, it's not good for anybody. So, but I did on this staff screening, I know some of the symptoms like fatigue, I mean, everybody's fatigued right now. Aches and pains, I mean, some people generally have chronic pain. There are some things, even headache, and some things like that are chronic for people. So I have kind of some of those more, not minor symptoms, but more general symptoms as more of a yellow area, so that if they have those and a fever, they are prompted to be home. If they have those without a fever, they're recommended to check in with the office staff or the nurse staff to kind of alert them so that we can help keep an eye, but that they can still be working. So we're trying to wade through that, but we are still going to have to be strict with staff so that we are protecting everybody.
Because I know that all of the coaches here in Roswell and all throughout the state, before they were able to have any contact with the kids, they had to take a COVID test and bring in the results.
And here's the issue with the COVID test, and the state could not, nor could the lab in Albuquerque handle, just imagine if you had to do Roswell, Las Cruces, Hobbs,
Bernalillo, Albuquerque.
and then you throw Albuquerque in.
Arlington, yeah.
There's no way. And the problem with the test, it's only good for that one snapshot. That doesn't mean you couldn't catch it again.
Right.
So,
Yes, once you get the results, it's basically, I mean, you've had the chance to be exposed again, so it's already kind of almost void by the time that you get your results.
so it goes back to Mr. Edwards, is that the staff have to be honest, they have to monitor themselves, and if they have any of the yellow symptoms, as you call it, red, yellow, green, red, we're at home. Yellow, we're in the hybrid. The AB model, green, we're all back to school. So Mr. Edwards is correct, is everybody has to answer that, and if we're in yellow, that means they have something of those things. They need to report to the nurse as soon as they get to school, so the nurse can go through those symptoms. So Mr. Edwards is absolutely correct on that analysis.
Mr. Gottlieb, do the students have to be a certain age before they can get tested? Is that my understanding?
I'm going to say no, but I'm going to leave that up to our head nurse.
Okay.
Katie, can all kids be tested?
Or they have to be 14?
From my understanding, yes, any age can be tested.
Oh, okay.
That's what I thought too.
Any other questions on the health? Board, do you need a break before we continue, or are you ready to move on?
Move on.
All right. Kim, are you there?
Yes, sir, I am.
Okay, Kim Meeks from cafeteria. Kim, let's move forward with the cafeteria plan and feeding our kiddos in school and out of school.
For in school, we will go with the breakfast in the classroom for grades pre-K through 8th grade. And it will do what they normally have done, take the breakfast to the classrooms in the totes, and then the teacher will distribute it with gloves and mask on, of course, and check the roster sheet, and then our staff will pick it up outside the door and take it back to the kitchen. Then for lunch, for grades pre-K through 8th grade, we will be serving their lunches in the classrooms. We will be taking them on carts. Their lunches will be.
Kim, or those that have
Yes,
their
sir.
cafeterias open, because some will have their cafeterias open. What that means is, let me explain that. That's part of the principal plan I think I sent you. We can only have 50% capacity in the gym. We're not using it for teaching. Some schools are going to have to use it as a teaching space for their kindergartners. And we'll rotate the kindergartners 1 week in, 1 week out. And that came from Ms. Morales, a very good idea. But there are some schools that are going to be able to use their gym cafeteria, cafeteria for eating space. So there'll be some that will be in the building, in the cafeteria itself, and some will be in the classroom. It just depends upon if we're using the cafeteria as part of our teaching space, because there's no way you can ask a teacher to dismantle their entire classroom to have lunch. So it's going to be building by building specific, Kim. So particularly now that pre-K is back with all 20 kids in the classroom, that's going to free up a lot of spaces. So I'm sorry for the interruption, Kim.
No, that's fine.
So Mike, are teachers going to have their 30-minute?
That's one of the issues we're working on.
You're going to work on that?
I actually have about 3 or 4 things, and they talk to you separately about that. Yeah. And then continue with your high school model, Kim.
The high school model, the students will do their breakfast break that they normally do. They will come to the cafeteria and they'll go through the line and pick up their breakfast. And then from what I understand, they are going to be assigned areas to eat in. And then lunch, they will also come to the cafeteria and go through the line and then be assigned areas where they are to eat.
The concerns that we have with this is that we have to keep the 6-foot spacing, no choice. We have to wear a mask to and from. They can have it off when they eat, but as soon as they finish eating, it has to go back on. We're going to follow all the guidelines on that. So. And the PED also made a suggestion that they all face the same direction. Nobody across from each other.
Correct.
If we can absolutely make it work, they want us to make it work. If we've got to schedule lunches a little bit differently, since it's going to be half our kids at school, we're going to have to see if we can't stagger our lunches so we don't have as many kiddos in the cafeterias at the same time.
Single file.
Yeah. That's what some of our signs are going to be, is 6 foot apart, down the hallways, one direction this way, one direction that way, so you don't have that intermingling of students. Okay. It's still going to be hard. I'm not going to kid you.
I know.
Okay, I have a question. Have y'all addressed the time limit for the lunches? I know in some places, normally a lunch is
30 minutes.
it's an hour normally. But I know some places are going to 90-minute lunches. They've extended the lunch period to 30 minutes because it's important that these kids get their food and they're able to eat their food, digest their food, and go back, because you're going to have kids rushing if you were going to stay on that. What is the lunch time?
It's the block.
It's block.
The block.
Maybe extending the lunch period an extra 30 minutes.
I don't know if we could do 30 minutes.
Or maybe 15, because one of the issues that I've heard, and I just heard this a couple of weeks ago, even before the COVID struck, kids weren't being able to eat their lunch They were being rushed because we go by the alphabet. And some of these kids that are with the last name of like a Vega or something like that, and these are kids that are in first and second grades that aren't having time to eat their lunch.
Let me visit with the principals on that issue and how we can arrange that. The best part of this, Mr. Edwards, we can tell you it's going to be half the number of kids. That's the best part. And we're going to have more lunches. That means you have to have more breaks. So you have smaller groups.
Right.
Yeah.
So you have more opportunity for them to eat in that process.
Okay.
I hear what you're saying, though. And that's a good point. Kim, why don't you talk about the Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, or the Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, for those that are home?
We at first looked at the idea of sending the students home with meals for Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday, or Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday. But upon further discussions, number one, the kids won't be able to carry that much food home. And the other problem is keeping the food safe for the amount of time it would take to deliver the food to the school and then the students to get it and get it out the door. So we come up with the solution of just keeping our grab and goes at 5 locations and having the parents come and pick up the meals.
Have we got the permission from the feds yet on all the changes?
No, we still at the present moment are going to have to charge our paid students at the high school, which is going to present a great challenge.
I will just let the board know that's going to be financially an issue.
So does that mean the days they're at school, they'll be charged, but the days they're out of school, they won't be charged?
That's correct.
No, they'll be charged
regardless.
Anytime they get a meal. They'll be charged, but we have to have a way to
Document.
charge them. Yeah,
I don't know how you're going to
Got it.
figure that one out,
Yeah.
Kim. We're going to have to think that one through.
Okay.
So explain to the board why the 2 big high schools are not free and reduced lunch, are not free lunches like the rest of the school district, when the rest of the school district feeds into the big high schools.
Returning the forms.
All the other schools are under what's called CEP, which is the Community Eligibility Program. And that goes on the eligibility from the direct certification list. The high schools have to have the free reduced applications filled out. And we have great difficulty getting the parents to fill those applications out. And so we have a lot of students that truthfully should be free, but they haven't filled out the application to become free. And so the amount of their charge goes way up.
So
It's always been a challenge.
it's been a challenge, but even it's a greater challenge now
Yeah.
for
Oh, yeah.
us and for the board to making sure that all our kids are taking home food.
Yeah.
And I was hoping that the feds would give us a waiver on that.
No.
So any other questions for Kim in the cafeteria?
What's the rate for a regular lunch for school?
Kim, you want to talk about the cost? Thank you, Ms. Sanchez. A good question.
The cost for
A
the
student-
reimbursement rate that we're receiving or
No, a student tray.
Regular.
How much does a free, reduced or full price lunch cost a student?
The free and reduced are actually free. The state of New Mexico decided to not allow us to charge for a reduced student any longer.
Okay, so what's full price?
And our paid is $2.25 for that student.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
Okay,
25?
225.
Okay, thank you.
Good question. Anything else for Ms. Meeks? Thanks, Kim. Mr. Cole,
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
appreciate it. Along with that, she didn't tell you they were going to be offering the 2 bottles of water? One at breakfast, one at lunch. I won't bring that up. The next issue will be Mr. Cole and Mr. Chris on transportation.
Yes, Mr. Gottlieb, Board President Getty, members of the board, thank you so much for having us tonight. With school transportation, we've kind of been scrambling, just like everybody else, to get some information and some feedback. I will tell you that Chris Tweet reached out, I believe it was Friday, to get a questionnaire out to our parents, our ridership parents, and about 3,500 from the ridership list. The first question to that questionnaire is, will your students plan to ride the school bus for attending classes in the upcoming school year? That question alone provides us quite a bit of information. And so a little over 85% of the respondents said yes, they will be riding the bus, or we plan to have them riding the bus to attend school. The next question is, will you have multiple students riding the bus? So as you know, with everything else, one thing builds off of the other, and there's always a domino effect when you start changing things, and we're changing a lot of things, not just in transportation, but as you know, across the board. Having an understanding of how many students may be at a bus stop that may be going to an elementary, a middle school, and a high school, how many students are planning to ride the bus, those types of things tells us quite a bit for our routes. Now, looking at the AB schedule, the hybrid model, and those things combined, and the resources we have with our school buses, also tells us quite a bit in terms of how we're going to be able to make this work. And I say make this work because we have the same dilemma on our school buses that we're going to have in our classrooms, and that's space, square footage. So the guidance, as most of us are aware, calls for not more than 2 riders per seat with 6-foot distancing. Now, you think about those seats and how long they are across. They're not quite 6 feet. So, of course, 2 riders in a seat are going to be within 6 feet of each other. But, you know, looking at the guidance and what we have to work with on doing this. So we've been talking to our bus contractors, making them aware you're going to have to be flexible this year, and they're on board. I'll just tell you, they're on board. Also, I should mention that the questionnaire requested the names of the students that will be riding the buses. It also did go out in both English and Spanish, and we really appreciate our parents responding back to us, because the more information you can give us on what you need, what you want, what you're planning to do, the better we can plan around all the various limitations and changes, quite frankly, that are coming, have come, and moving forward. So again, our trickiest part is going to be spacing out the students. The AB schedule certainly helps us do that. The ridership at 85% of respondents tells us quite a bit. A lot of parents are going to have their kiddos riding the bus, at least the ones that would normally have their students riding the bus, so that tells us a great deal. We are requiring masks. Our drivers are aware that they will be wearing a mask. Some of them will also be wearing face shields if it is not prohibitive. Some shields are better than others in terms of that for driving. We want safety for our drivers, some of which are maybe a little older as well. We are requiring masks for anybody entering the bus. We will not be turning away, and I made sure that I was clear on this, and we'll make sure again. We will not be turning away students at the bus stops, period. That's not going to happen. If they don't have a mask, we are going to have masks on hand for those students entering those buses, and those students will not be turned away from our buses. So we've got some challenges. We also talked a great deal about the cleaning regiment that we're requiring for these buses, and that we are going to help our bus contractors and drivers with cleaning supplies. Now, I know one of our bus contractors has already invested in some fogging equipment to do a little more thorough cleaning of buses as well, and our hat is off to that particular contractor. But in talking to him, you know, that was part of the issue is, look, Chad, you're asking us to make extra trips because we're going to be running fewer students on board and having to run back and forth between different schedules and all of those things. So, you know, we really could use some help, and we said all along, absolutely, we're going to help you. We're going to get cleaning supplies. The expectation is that when you're changing between trips, you're going to wipe down those seats. Our bus drivers are going to wipe down those seats and clean the bus, do a wipe down of the bus and the primary surfaces, that the handles as you enter on board the bus. We do know that there's going to be some special considerations that need to be made for some of our special needs students. We're working through that with Shelley and the special education department. I know there's been quite a bit of communication with our bus contractors there as well. There'll be continued communications. I'm trying to think if I'm leaving anything out here with regard to transportation. The trickiest part for us is aligning all the schedules, and so and of course the total square footage on the bus and how many kiddos we can put on the bus safely. And so that's the tricky part. That has gotten a little easier for us. I know we were looking at various models, and as the information has changed, we've changed, the district has changed, and all those dominoes have changed. So in looking at that, we feel like we're going to be able to do this and pull this off, particularly since we're all going to be recognizing Monday, Tuesday, with Wednesday out for students. That's a day for deep cleaning our buses, and then of course picking back up on Thursdays and Fridays and adapting our transportation to that. So the board has approved the transportation plan and the routes with the bus driver listing. Actually, those bus driver listings are required by statute and have been in there in previous years. I know it's a thick book. It's got a lot of information in it. But we do know that those routes are going to change, so I don't want to be misleading at all. We really appreciate the board approving the transportation plan because it's required by state statute. But just knowing and being upfront with both the board and the community, we realize that the transportation plan is going to be modified to this AB schedule. And again, a lot of these things are solidifying pretty rapidly and in some cases changing pretty rapidly. So, you know, that's in talking to various staff and various departments, that's been the key. We all have to take a deep breath and be flexible and be a little forgiving of maybe not hitting perfection at all times with changing circumstances. And so our bus contractors are aware of that as well. We do have reiterated our strict requirements on the cleaning between trips. That's important to stop the spread and to prevent spread. And so That's kind of our primary goal in looking at the sanitization process for our buses. But of course, the masks have a large role as well. I know the information has gotten more updated on mask use and CDC guidance that may have been contradictory prior. But we do believe that that's a big key to preventing the spread. And so that is going to be a requirement for riding the bus.
For the board, as Ms. Sanchez said earlier, the communication is a critical factor, because if you think about it, you're probably going to make 1.5 runs to get everybody to school.
Yes,
so how are you, and the schools are going to have to say, we start at 8 o'clock, but your last group of kiddos may not get there until 8:20, because you're going to have to be splitting up some routes, because you can only carry X amount of kids, 2 kids per seat. Well, guess what? That doesn't equal a whole bunch of kids when you're a 76-passenger bus. All of a sudden, that's cut down to 30-some kids. Just because we've got to keep 2 seats away from the bus driver. So you may end up with 30 kids on a bus at a time, 35 kids up on a bus at a time. So that's going to literally double some of your runs. So
yes.
In our schools, how do we communicate that to the parents is going to be a very difficult task, because Mr. Edwards, you may, and Ms. Kirk, you both may be on the A schedule, but you're picked up at 7:30 and you're picked up at 7:50. You see what I'm saying?
Yes, and that's a huge point, Mr. Gottlieb. There may be some of the.
Chad.
I'm sorry.
One other issue is that you have the same issue going home.
Yeah.
Yes.
So you have the same issue coming to school, you have the same issue going home, that the principals are going to have to say, okay, Group A, your bus is here for dismissal time at 3 o'clock. Group B, yours may be later. Or we may have to start earlier, as Mr. Edwards had said. You may have to start some things earlier or start later or add more time. The issue on this, you're doubling everything. So patience is going to be one of the biggest issues. So the transportation department is going to have to really work with the communication group to make sure that we get everything out both in English and Spanish, and that we have some time of rotational schedule. I mean, do you see how this thing just keeps blossoming out more and more and more?
Even though we're only transporting 50% of our Even though we're only transporting 50% of our kids, it's still 50% of the bus could.
That's 50% of the 50%. You see what I'm saying? It's not 100% of the 50% that you're transporting. You can only transport 50% of what your bus can hold, which is only 50%. So,
yeah, it's 50% of the 50%. My mind always drifts back to cost. So for what we're getting for that 50% of the 50% is an increased cost. On the fuel side, certainly, and fuel is a big cost. It's the primary cost for our bus contractors. Another, and we see a lot of this stuff coming out or coming down our way, and I hate to be maybe not as positive about it, but there are costs that come with this stuff, and realistically, we didn't get an increase in revenue. We're getting a cut to revenue. So I think that's something that everybody needs to keep in mind, because there are years where our bus contractors have had to suck it up and take a loss in a year. There are years where they've gone through that, and then maybe in the following year we've been able to pick back up their revenue. But this will increase their cost. Another issue that we're looking at, it's very important, and it's probably something we all need to be thinking about, regardless of your department. I know we've been looking at it with food services. We're certainly looking at it with maintenance and custodial, and we're looking at it with transportation as well. Is this sub-pool, this idea of a sub-pool? And I know everybody is hard to come by right now. Your human resources are very, very hard to come by. If you've got an open position, it's very hard to find somebody to fill it right now, just because of all the circumstances. But we are going to need to try and maximize our sub pool. Just knowing what's coming or what could potentially come in terms of quarantines, in terms of exposures, in terms of all of those things. So personnel and bolstering those sub pools, being aware that all of this is going to cost more money, be more difficult, and you're not going to get as many, you're not going to be transporting as many students as you normally would. So I hate to be negative, but I need to point those things out because that's the reality of it. And it doesn't always seem to get taken into account on those things. So I appreciate your patience with me.
All right, board members, you've heard a lot tonight. And I know you
I
have
have
more
two
questions, so, and we still got a couple more things to go. Ms. Kirk?
Okay, and this is more to do with safety than busing, Chad, and I don't know if Mr. Tweet's on the line, but.
He is, yeah.
Okay, maybe I can just ask you. Anyway, so I know at the beginning of school, we always have to do fire drills. Have we gotten
Yes.
any leniency from
No.
the feds
No.
on those?
No, they
I will be
the
sending,
drills.
Chad, I will be
Yes, sir.
sending to the board the new regulations that came out. They just came this evening, so I haven't sent them the updates. I did send them to Mr. Harold, LJ, on the requirements for all the drills, because we have to do A and B
Oh,
day.
my goodness. Oh, my goodness.
So the safety drills have just doubled, just like everything else. So I wanted to jump in on that, Chad and Chris, because
Yes, sir.
that also includes the buses. That's just not the school building safety drills, it's also the bus safety drills. So,
Evacuation.
Ms. Kirk, thank you for bringing that up. You will be receiving that tomorrow morning early, and it's the new guidelines for all our safety drills. It's called a guidance document for the PED on safety drills. So, we'll be sharing that with you.
Oh, thank you.
So, Mr.
Okay.
Cole, are the bus drivers going to be required to be tested? No?
No, not that I'm aware of, Ms. Sanchez. We have not addressed that issue, and we have not been given guidance that the bus drivers would be required to be tested.
That was one of the things where everybody was being tested, and the state realized the complexity and the amount of money, because it's, Katie, if she's still online, I think it's $130 to $150 per test, the
Wow.
COVID test.
Will they have to will they have to complete the form daily like the staff does?
Yes, they do.
Okay,
And that stays within the bus contractor information.
okay.
That's their responsibility. So I know that's not everything, board, but you've heard a lot tonight. Our community's heard a lot. We got a lot to still get out. I want to thank everybody again on their help and the efforts that went in. I will tell you, it's not perfect. We'll be making adjustments all year long because we'll find things that we're not used to these things. And I know not everybody's going to be happy because I've seen the surveys, I've sent you the surveys, you've read the stuff from the parents, and it's real wild. It's just varies by individual. So with that being said, we'll be continue communicating with the board and with our public here pretty darn quick. With that being said, that's what I have for the superintendent's report, which was plenty. The board had asked to see the legacy projects. I'll bring them next time to the board meeting because you'd asked to see the legacy projects that the district has done, so I'll bring them to the next meeting. And then also, Chad, there was some ledger information with the board.
Yes, sir. So the general ledger report, year-to-date expenditure activity and budget activity Same report we looked at from last month. It's just got an additional month worth of data. Essentially, we've closed the year on that particular report. That's the last month of the prior fiscal year that you see there. What I'll tell you is we're not done closing the prior fiscal year, closing the books on that year. We're working feverishly, among other things, on that. So you will be seeing at our August board meeting the year-end cleanup bars and temporary cash transfers, loans to other funds. We will be bringing those to you in August, as we had talked about in the previous fiscal year that we would do. And that's part of the process and work that goes into closing the prior fiscal year. So we will get that wrapped up, cleaned up, and brought to you for review and authorization in August. Just to let the board and everyone know, we have successfully rolled forward the new fiscal year. We've had a successful first payroll check run for the new fiscal year. We're closing the final entries for closing last fiscal year. We're preparing our final reports to PED for the final quarter of the prior fiscal year, our county tax levies, cash balances, SEG distributions. We've got an August 1 bond payment coming up that we're ready for. We've accomplished year-end inventories with our auditors recently. Just to let you know, and we've got a couple of board members on this committee, we'll be putting out some information, requesting some dates for the audit committee. We will have our auditors in-house or maybe a hybrid model. They're going to do some virtual with us as well. July 27th through July 31st. That's the first week of the field work. So we've got a lot of things going on. Also, of course, reentry planning, working on negotiations. The big deal right now, and Superintendent Gottlieb and I have been visiting back and forth closely for weeks, as most school districts are as well, is what is the unit value going to ultimately look like? We're feverishly awaiting that from PED. They have an August 1st deadline, and we're real interested to know, because again, that domino effect, we really want to start allocating these budgets out to the departments and to the sites, but it's kind of, well, it's problematic to allocate funds out to a site when you know the budget is about to be cut. You just don't know exactly by how much for your particular district. So we're kind of awaiting that. We do have allocations in mind, and we'll get those out as soon as possible. Would like to just reach out to our principals and sites. If you do have an emergency situation where you do need some procurement quickly, please reach out to the business office. We can figure something out pretty quickly, but at this point it would be a little problematic to allocate everything out, and so those are some of the things we're doing at this point.
Okay. That's it. All right, so that's it for the superintendent's report. We do have Ms. Morales would like to share something, and then Ms. Kirk has asked to piggyback off of that, and so we'll let Ms. Morales go first.
Thank you, Mr. President. Tonight, I want to acknowledge our business community for their partnership and their interest to work with us at a deeper level. Our local businesses have donated funds and items to our various schools and clubs. They've helped us celebrate our teachers during Teacher Appreciation Week and supported career days and field trips. Most recently, Tadpole's Daycare donated a pallet of water to help us this coming school year as we prepare for back to school. Various business leaders have reached out to me to express their interest to participate at a deeper level. So tonight I ask the board and our district leaders to consider our business community as a valuable stakeholder as we organize various teams and committees. They help employ our families and students during high school and after graduation. So they have a valuable insight and they're eager to work in partnership with us. Thank you, sir.
So piggybacking off that, last Wednesday, the 8th, the city reached out to me also and asked that if we would be willing to meet with them to their safety group and work with them. So I asked Mr. Gottlieb if he would be willing to share some information, and we met with the city safety group, and they're wanting to partner with us and offer some of their resources and buildings to help in our endeavor in getting school back open. I think it's very important that we consider working with the city to keep us aligned and keep a good, positive relationship. Thank you. Mr. Gottlieb, I don't know if there's anything you want to share with that?
I think I've said enough tonight.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
Well, with that, we can, that's the end of the agenda. We can go ahead and adjourn. I wanted to thank you, board. This was a long one. Good job
Yes.
tonight, guys. Good questions.
Thank you.
And we will adjourn as soon as I get a motion.
So moved.
I second.
But
I have
before
a
we
motion and a
close, may I
second.
make a comment?
We already have a
I
motion
know-
in a second.
Well, I want to comment on that. The closing of the meeting, I just want to recognize all the hard work that Mr. Gottlieb and all of our employees have done in getting this to us. Thank you for all the information, even though it has been quite extensive. I read through it with fine-tooth comb, and thank you so much. Great meeting.
Thank you.
All right, good. Let's have a roll call. What's it? We got a motion and
And
a
a
second.
second.
Mr. Edwards and
Yeah.
Ms. Sanchez.
Mona?
Yes, oh.
Okay. Here we go.
Okay.
Ellen Getty.
Hello?
Yes. Go ahead.
Hope Morales.
Hello?
Hope, is that you? Hilda Sanchez? Yes. Mona Kirk?
Yes.
James Edwards?
Yes.